Шановні пані та панове, будь ласка, ми за 10-15 хвилин будемо вже починати. Кому потрібні навушники для синхронного перекладу, будь ласка, в кінці зала ви можете взяти собі переклад, тому що виступи будуть в тому числі англійською мовою. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start in 10-15 minutes. If you need a simultaneous translation, please take the recorders in the end of the conference room. Thank you. Вітальні промови, а потім перша панель буде там.
А Зубко
Він ще в Раді. Сподіваємо. Ні, в Насалика не буде, він з президентом у Львов полетів. Ну, ЄБРР тут буде, ЄБРР тут. Так, я вибачаюсь. Шановні пані та панове, будь ласка, запрошуємо.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're requesting your presence here. Sound check, testing, sound check.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to the hall. We're about to start. If you need the simultaneous translation, you can take it in the end of the hall. You need to exchange your business card to have translation. Шановні пані та панове, ми очікуємо наших спікерів і починаємо за декілька хвилин. Дякуємо. Всіх запрошуємо до зали. Шановні пані та панове, будь ласка.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin. I would also like to remind you that we will offer a YouTube online broadcasting in two languages, English and Ukrainian. The full recording of this event would be made available tomorrow. So if any of you fails to stay here the whole day, you can watch the remaining sessions on this YouTube online broadcasting channel. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank all the partners of our today's event who were very kind to help us arrange it. I would like to thank Just Ukraine company, a partner of our today's event, Rentechne company, Jinka Solar, another partner of the forum, also CNES, CNBM, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. The bank is institutional partner, also A7 Capital, strategic partner, Artboard Service Construction Company, official transportation partner, Turkish Airways, also Renault Ukraine. And in front of the entrance to the hotel, you can see the electric car, the new model that would be made available on the next year. NewsOne agency, general information partner, Interfax Ukraine, general main radio partner, Golos Stolitsi, and our media partners. Exclusive media partner, Liga Business Inform, TV partner, business TV channel, exclusive business media partner, newspaper business, and Kyiv Post, Visti, business news, companion, easy business, energy business, people energy, energy Nafta та Газ, енергетичний термінал, Oil News, Insulation Manufacturers Association, Release, Ukrainian Times, Hubs, Ukrainian Journal of Business Law, ABC News, Ukrainian Association of Investment Business, Держзовнішинформ, ЦПК Inform, Ori Club, Ukrainian Business Journal, and the associations that supported us. The Association of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs, Action First Foundation, American Chamber of Commerce, EBA, the Venture Capital Association, Ukrainian Business Association in Poland, A Year of Europe and Ukraine, Ukrainian Choice, and exhibition partner, Orange Park. We have quite an intensive agenda, not only here but in the Parliament of Ukraine as well, and on the agenda of the President. Probably you're aware that today the wind agreement is to be signed between our partner, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the Danish partner, IFU, investors, where the President is present, First Vice President, Mr. Kubiev, and Igor Nasalek, Energy Minister, who yesterday night decided to attend this signing of this important agreement, which would become an important step in the sector of alternative energy of Ukraine. We also expect that Mr. Gladkoy will join us from the Ministry of Energy, who is on his way as we speak. And as to the agenda in our parliament, right now, the government committee meeting has started, chaired by Mr. Kistion, Vice Prime Minister, being attended by Ms. Vice Prime Minister Klimpush-Tsintsadze, Mr. Minister of Ecology, Mr. Simirak, on the topic that we would be discussing today. We are also waiting for Olga Belkova, who will come from the committee session, share latest news with us, and will take the findings of our today's discussion back to the government committee session. Also, the agenda of the parliament today has a number of energy efficiency draft laws. 4, to be precise. 4 draft laws on energy efficiency would be reviewed by the parliament today. The draft laws that we have presented back in June this year at the Forum on Energy Efficiency in Ukraine, attended by Mr. Prime Minister, 2 Vice Prime Ministers, and Mr. Gennady Zubko, Vice Prime Minister. I would like to read the welcome address from Mr. Zubko, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, the Minister of Regional Development, Construction and Municipal Economy. I would like to welcome It is my enormous pleasure to welcome the participants of Ukrainian Alternative Energy Forum 2016. This event is aiming to draw public attention to strategic issues of energy security of Ukraine. The Ministry of Regional Development team implements the key reform in order to enhance the energy efficiency of the country. We introduced the Energy Efficiency Fund, which opens new opportunities for the modernization of energy sector of Ukraine. This reform changes the country, implements European principles of consumption and energy saving into the society. And this is the way to economic development and welfare of Ukrainian citizens. In this way, it is important for us to combine the efforts of the state, civil initiatives, our international partners, in order to achieve the desired joint result. Forum is a good opportunity to compare views during the discussions and to find an effective, optimal solution of the energy sector's issues. I wish you all fruitful work and successful results. We expect Mr. Gennady Zubko to join us here as soon as the meeting of 4 factions of the parliament finalizes its meeting. And it's my honor to give the welcoming floor to our partners, who are our long-standing friends. Francis Malish, Managing Director, Eastern Europe and the Caucasus, EBRD. Francis, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. There's no translation from the French, so I'll actually speak in English. But you must be very disappointed because you came to hear the minister. And maybe I would suggest that next time we do it a gas conference. Maybe there will be more government officials if we have gas in the room as well. But jokes aside, I think this is a very important topic. It's actually much more important to have an alternative energy conference in Kiev rather than another polluting energy conference. And that's because Ukraine consumes way too much energy to begin with. So energy efficiency should be front and center in the agenda, and also because the development of other sources of energy as well as energy efficiency is a central theme to ensure the country's energy independence and security. For too long, this country has been hooked on gas. And there were very good reasons for that, there were monetary reasons for that, there were geopolitical reasons for that. And removing this dependence is a painful process, just like removing any dependence on any substance is a painful process for anyone, but is one which Ukraine is going through right now with very interesting and encouraging results. And we at EBRD not only stand behind, but are really proud of helping Ukraine down that road. Just to give you a few words about the way we invest in green energy. First of all, the green economy and the energy transition is a central theme of EBRD's work the world over. You know that we invest in 36 countries in the world, and we've developed energy efficiency and renewable energy as a core line of business. It used to represent more than 20% of our investments in the past few years. And as part of the commitments that the world has taken under the Paris Climate Change Agreement, we've agreed to increase the share of our green energy transition investments from that level to 40% of all our investments in the world. So it's not just about Ukraine, it's also about the rest of our countries of operations. And we're now standing at 32, so we are on track to reach that 40% by 2020. We're of course the largest investor in Ukraine. We've been a long-standing investor in energy efficiency and alternative energy. And just to say, to give you some numbers as well, the sum total of our investments in energy efficiency and alternative energy in Ukraine over the past 25 years, we've been doing business here, generate savings which represent 3% of the country's emissions. So it's only 3%, but it's also only the EBRD. And 3% is like the emissions of the whole of Moldova. So essentially, we've helped Ukrainian investors reduce the emissions of the country and also reduce, that represents 12% of the country's energy imports. So for example, that's the consumption of, or the imports of Georgia that we've been able to help Ukraine save over the years. We've invested close to 12 billion euros in the Ukrainian economy over the years. And if you look at the sustainable energy project, here's the breakdown of our investment. So you see a total of 2.3 billion euros, 126 projects, and that is a lot of energy efficiency, actually about 2/3 of it, in the municipal sector, in the corporate sector, as well as in the credit lines for small and medium businesses and for individuals. We've also invested in cleaner energy production and in renewable energy. So a very, very complete portfolio. You would see if you looked at other countries that the portfolio is actually different depending on the opportunities that are offered. And the opportunities are a function of two things essentially, is what resources there are in the country, whether there's, for example, geothermal sources of energy or not, but also the legal framework around it. So to some extent, of course, we can be disappointed that our politicians are all in the radar, but to another extent, you have to be happy because there are some legislative changes that are needed in that field. In Ukraine, we recently saw a law being passed for a new energy sector regulator. That's a very positive step. The electricity market law is still in the radar. It's gone through the first reading, is going on to the second. That should change the way the electricity sector works in this country, should enable it to be open to foreign investment, which it is not today, in fact, because no one is interested in coming in any kind of meaningful way under the old legislative framework, and they will be in the new. And so it's actually a good thing that our MPs are working. Sometimes I know Olga just arrived day and night on laws in the energy sector. Just to give you a few examples of the projects we do, we think that there is a great potential in Ukraine for biofuel. We are one of the largest, if not the largest, investor in the agribusiness. And agribusiness is actually a great area in this country to do energy. There's a lot of biomass. Biomass is a polite word for shit. So there's a lot of biomass in this country that can be reused to generate energy, and we do this with our clients, be it in the sugar industry, be it in the poultry industry, and so on, either in biogas or biomass. These are just examples of a number of projects, investments, megawatts and million euros just to say we don't just talk about these projects, we also put our money where our mouth is. As Maria mentioned, this morning we are going to be signing a project in Lviv with Danish and Ukrainian investors. It's a wonderful small wind park. We're adding another 6 wind turbines to it. There's 4, I think today we're adding 6, so that will be 10. On the mountain range about an hour and a half south of Lviv. And it's the kind of projects we like to do because it's private sector involvement, because it is very modern, very clean, and there's a lot more that can be done in Ukraine in that field. In the municipal sector, for example, again Lviv, but we don't just work in Lviv, we work in the whole of the country. We are investing actually this year for 4.5 megawatt biogas plant with the municipality of Lviv as a client, as a municipal company. We've also done district heating biomass projects across the country. You see the list of cities. It's really everywhere. And again, there's much more that can be done here. And finally, in terms of wind power, we've invested again across the country. We have, from the very east in Novoazovsk, near Mariupol, where we have a wind farm that still is operating despite the conditions, to the Lviv, to in the Carpathian Mountains, and so on. Over the past 5 years, we've invested in 11 projects under this Sustainable Energy Lending Facility, which is a specific EBRD program, in solar, in wind, in small hydro, biogas, biomass. This, of course, does not take into account the large projects we have with the rehabilitation of the Dnieper River power plants, which are the old Soviet time power plants along the Dnieper River, which we are working very hard with Ukrohydroenergo to rehabilitate and to extend their life by up to 30 years. And finally, I'd just like to say a few words about the need for legislative changes or the need for some changes in the country in terms of the mindset in order to see even more development for alternative energy. Alternative energy is huge in Ukraine, but is a fraction of what it could be given the potential of the country. And that requires that more priority is given to renewable energy in the energy strategy of the country. In the past, for the reasons I said in the beginning, the strategy of the country was paying lip service to alternative energy and paying real dollars to the gas. Now this needs to change, and this needs to change much more than it has changed so far. It has changed a lot, but it needs to change more. The regulatory environment needs to be stable. The feed-in tariffs need to be clear and stable. And there has been a lot of progress here. It's just a very, very important thing for all of the investors to have full confidence in the feed-in tariffs. Long-term power purchasing agreements are needed. That's because if they are there, they can be financed, they can be bankable. So the moment there is a solid power purchasing agreement, we have some, again, this is not a black and white situation. All I'm saying is a bit more effort is required in this field. And then finally, one area on which I'd like to draw everyone's attention, and especially on the policy making side, is the district heating sector. Which is going right now through a payments crisis, which is considerably reducing the ability of institutions like EBRD to actually finance district heating companies across the country, because the investments that are needed can't be made because, in fact, the bank accounts of these companies are simply being arrested due to old past debts that they have towards Naftogaz. And I'm not suggesting that they shouldn't be paying these debts to Naftogaz. What I'm suggesting is that there should be a whole holistic solution found for this sector, when the reform of Naftogaz started 2 years ago, something that made a lot of sense was decided, which is that Naftogaz would have to have the right to collect these debts from district heating companies. That's important because otherwise there's no incentive for them to pay. But on the other hand, they also need to be able to continue working. And even those that are current on their current payments find it difficult to do this today because of these old debts that are unsettled. And that completely blocks the machine, which means that the investments that are needed can't be made. And this is also very, very important because when you invest in a district heating company in Ukraine, when we invest in a network, the energy savings are massive. Between 40 and 60% of the energy is saved by just replacing the district heating network. And I'm not even talking about changing the apartments, the housing, insulation, double glazed windows, and so on and so forth. That's further energy savings from the 40 to 60% that I've just told you. But to do that, investment is needed, and you can't do investment if you don't have a properly functioning bank account. That's kind of a basic thing you need in order to function as a company. So there is, with Minister Zubko, a working group which we are very much involved in, and which we really hope will deliver some results quickly so that work can resume in that important part of the Ukrainian economy. All in all, I think this is a sector which is ripe for investment, where improvements can be brought, but where it is possible to do business today. And I would encourage everyone in this room who is an investor and has an interest in this field to look at it closely and come and talk to us. We have a number of people from the EBRD team here in the room. I'm also based in Kiev. And we have, I think, the best team in this city and in this country to finance alternative energy projects. So don't just listen to us, come and talk to us, and we'll be happy to listen to you about your projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malish. Я хотіла б запитати, чи
I would like to ask whether Mr. Alexei Gladky has already joined us. If not, then we'll be expecting a Ministry of Energy representative to join us momentarily.
our career partner, good friend, and our friend not only in Ukraine but in 114 countries worldwide. And I'm honored to welcome Mr. Dinçer Saidji, General Manager in Kyiv of Turkish Airlines.
Dear esteemed forum participants, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank A7 Conferences for such a great opportunity to be present today at Ukrainian Alternative Energy Forum, which is the largest platform in Ukraine focusing on investment opportunities of alternative energy market, bringing together representatives of Ukrainian manufacturers and international investors. So Turkish Airlines has been working in Ukraine for 23 years, having offices in such Ukrainian cities as Kiev, Odessa, Dnipro, Lviv, Kherson, Zaporozhye, and Ivano-Frankivsk. We connect Ukraine to more than 290 destinations in 114 countries. Our wide network, which is the world's fourth largest flight network, gives us the power to connect Ukraine to the world, as well as to bring investors to Ukraine from all over the world. We believe that energy sector in Ukraine will grow from year to year, and as a Turkish Airlines, we will keep contributing to this growth by bringing investors to Ukraine. Thank you very much for your listening, and wish you a productive forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. І я б хотіла запросити
And now I would like to give the floor for introductory remarks to Mr. Alexei Latko, head of the department at the Ministry for Energy. Mr. Latki? Okay, so we'll still be waiting for our guests from the Ministry of Energy and Fuel to arrive from the Parliament. And the representatives of the ministry will join us for the first panel discussion. And the first panel discussion is called Strategy for Ukrainian Alternative Energy Sector Development Perspectives 2020. And I would like to invite all of the speakers of the first panel, Mr. Miron Rabi, partner from Dentons, Ms. Olga Belkova, deputy head over the Parliamentary Committee on Fuel Energy Complex, Nuclear Policy and Nuclear Safety, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. I invite all the speakers to take their seats in the panel. I would like to invite Mr. Stanislav Dubko, managing partner at A7 Capital Company. Mr. Valery Kutsuba, Department of Renewable Energy and Alternative Fuels, State Agency on Energy Efficiency and Energy Saving of Ukraine.
Senior banker EBRD, Наталію Бойко,
Natalia Boyko, Support Team National Reforms Council of Ukraine and Advisor Presidential Administration of Ukraine, Ms. Olga Berezhan, Director, Just Consultant Ukraine, and Alexei Chuprina, Head of Generating Enterprises Unit, Regulations of Relations in Energy Sector Department, National Commission on Regulating Energy Sector.
Thank you.
Добрий день усім, дуже вітаю.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to greet everyone. We're happy to be taking part in this forum, and I agree with what the colleague from EBRD said. This is a forum devoted to alternative energy specifically, and we, Dentons, and our colleagues from A7, supporting discussion forums on energy to the best of our capabilities. And we are very happy to see that what used to be as sort of an addition or appendix to discussions on oil and gas has become independent. And we are very happy to be taking part in this intense, busy agenda with the room full of participants, and this proves that alternative energy is becoming more powerful and more important and significant for Ukrainian economy. We are a Dentons company. We are the largest law company in the world, and we have the most extensive energy practice in the world. And we are very happy to be assisting and engaging investors, to be assisting the colleagues and Ukrainian partners. And here in the panel, you can see some very interesting speakers. And I would like to start the panel with Ms. Olga. Olga will have to leave us to go to Verkhovna Rada, so we'll give the floor to her first. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Miron, dear participants of the conference. I take great pleasure in being here today. Traditionally, for those who know me, they know that my function in the committee is working with traditional resources, oil and gas. However, I joined you here today and I brought a very positive message. Well, one message is a good one and another one is a bit sad, and I believe we will think about the sad one together. The good news: even those who are working in oil and gas industry, they are very clear that alternative energy is the future. There's no doubt about that. And however, the second, a little bit bad news is that if we look at the numbers, at the figures on alternative energy, this doesn't make me happy. And, this makes me think, how come the numbers are so low? How come the figures are so bad? Because, I'm sure that my colleagues will be telling you why alternative energy is awesome and what needs to be done to develop it. But as a governmental official, I'm asking myself a question: how do we make alternative energy move from this phase of being something cool, something fashionable, trendy, and turn into something pragmatic and realistic for my country's economy? And in the view of that, well, I'm looking into so many studies, research, and the paths that other countries have taken in developing their sector of alternative energy. And Mr. Francis Milic, a colleague from EBRD, mentioned the sustainability of a fiscal regime, sustainability of legislative initiatives, and I believe that on the one hand, we have a new composition of the parliament, and a new convocation took a more balanced approach to this issue. On the other hand, I personally find it, I'm comfortable that more progressive ways of incentivizing both manufacturers and consumers with regards to turning to alternative energy are not discussed. If we were to summarize the world experience, the world practice, there are several trends that could be important for Ukraine. Well, first of all, alternative energy is developing well with in the countries with high income, and it's quite understandable. Because as soon as all of the traditional energy resources are provided with a fair market price, the consumers see it for themselves that the positive trend would be to switch to alternative energy, because everything has its price and people are mindful of some positive externalities, some positive aspects of alternative energy, and they compare it with other resources. And Ukraine has made this first step that will, in my opinion, incentivize more and more consumers to see the positive effect of alternative energy. Another thing is that in all of the countries there are schemes, there are ways to support manufacturers or generators of alternative energy. Ukraine has the feed-in tariff, green tariff, but if we look at its history, there are still some negative aspects in relation to this tariff. Basically, this is the only type of tariff to energy resources that is covered by legislative provisions. Other countries do not have that. I believe this was an attempt sort of to fix to make it stable, this tariff. And recently our committee has had a hearing on solar tariffs, and we had representatives of the companies, not the biggest companies, and they were saying that at the point when the feed-in tariff was introduced, other competitors didn't have access to the market. Their competitors, they couldn't connect to transmission system. They couldn't get the licenses, the advantages and privileges of VAT. So that is why some politicians are promoting some unique conditions and terms. I believe that the experts, those who care about alternative energy, to watch closely for those unique conditions, not to be made for one or two companies, which is obvious in some countries, well, in Ukraine includingly. Well, on a personal note, I believe well, it's unfortunate that the ministry didn't send the minister or deputy minister here who could draft a full-fledged agenda. So we as parliament could have accepted that for implementation. And it's unfortunate the ministry is not working on that currently, but I believe the results of your conference are as follows. After you agree on how to develop this sector properly through market mechanisms that are not creating privileges for one or two companies only, through that, I believe the parliament could start talking about strategic documents, so switching from feed-in tariff exclusively to, say, auctions where the communities will be interested in coming up with sustainability mechanisms for a longer period, where we will see partnership relations between manufacturer, consumer, and communities. And this will be the best safeguard of sustainable fiscal regime. I believe many people idealize the role of the feed-in tariff. So this tariff could be taken away. And if there's a long-standing, long-term partnership at the local level, the citizens themselves will be safeguarding this partnership because it will be about their agreement and approval of generating alternative energy where they live, which is clearer and better for these consumers. And our committee is committed to alternative energy. We are greatly interested in hearing ideas from you about how we can assist you in running your business. And I would like to send regards from all the members of the committee. I believe, the old school deputies that have been working a lot for a long time with coal, they all are perfectly clear how important your sector is and how important it is for Ukraine to develop it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Olha. I would like to inform you that Mr. Hlanki has just joined us, and let me introduce him, his representative from the ministry. And I would like to give the floor to you. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers on behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Coal Industry of Ukraine. Energy efficiency is very important for Ukraine, and the ministry has been supporting all the initiatives. Have a productive day. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introductory remarks, for the greeting. Mr. Hladky, if you would like to address the audience. So you're welcome to take the floor. Thank you very much for the introductory remarks, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kotsuba from the Department of Renewable Energy and Alternative Fuels, State Agency on Energy Efficiency and Energy Saving of Ukraine. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. Esteemed participants, happy to welcome you at the event, and let me tell you about the current state of affairs, the state policy in renewable energy. On the first slide, you can see that in 2014, the Cabinet of Ministers issued a decree on a national action plan on renewable energy, and by 2012 we should achieve the level of 11% of renewables in our energy. It breaks down into sectors, heating sector, transport area, and you can see the numbers on the slide. As far as the priorities for energy, for achieving energy independence are concerned, well, we are clear about that. That is replacing the import of the natural gas. In the recent 2 heating seasons, you could have noticed that Ukraine managed to achieve the replacement of natural gas of 7.2 billion cubic meters. That is equal to 30% of previous consumption of natural gas. That was mostly due to energy efficiency measures and introducing new plants in energy in the recent 2 years. Around 1.2 gigawatts of relevant plants were introduced. According to the calculations of energy efficiency, to achieve the targets of the National Action Plan, it is required to attract 16 billion euros of investment. That is a high number, and to attract this much investment, we need to create favorable market conditions and investment climate for the private sector to attract investment, not only to municipal projects, but commercial projects as well. On this slide, you can see the achievable technical potential of Ukraine in all of renewable areas, solar, biomass, hydrothermal, and potential of biomass energy is powerful in Ukraine, and foreign experts recognize that, and well, they hint us that we should be using this resource in agriculture. We should be using agriculture waste and crops, and that we should be combusting waste in the heat plants, providing heat energy for the population, and selling electricity for feed-in tariff into the grid. As you can see, in Ukraine, there have been good projects implemented, 7.6 megawatts. Boilers for the public in this town of Kamenets-Podilsky, which allows to save around 20 million hryvnias per year, and covers a number of kindergartens, this project, and some municipal buildings in the town of Kamenets-Podilsky. To tackle the problem with resources for biomass energy, the investment is attracted in the world, growing the relevant energy crops. 4 million hectares in Ukraine are not for growing agricultural crops, but they are good for growing various energy crops. This is the type of crops that can be used for co-generation plants, CHP, working on biomass, and this is the trend that the entire world is using, the entire European community. So you can see one of the crops, energy willow tree, that is grown in Salix Energy Company, and the cost for 1 hectare is 30,000 hryvnias growing this crop. This is not a high level of expenditures, but the efficiency is very high because you basically have the raw material at hand. You don't need to be bringing it from other regions to the boiler, and this is a good way to handle the situation. Biogas plant, another example, Ori Lider, 5.5 megawatts is the plant's capacity. They are using chicken manure. This is yet another good example. To be used in other regions of Ukraine, no matter which enterprise is about to use that big one. The waste needs to be used, and waste usage could be cost efficient, and return on investment is also a factor in investors interested in that, because as far as agriculture sector waste is concerned, pig farms are concerned, we see that the waste is not used properly. Botiev wind energy plant, 200 megawatts capacity. This is yet another very good example of wind energy. And wind power plants are widely used in the world because it makes sense in terms of profitability. In Vinnytsia, a boiler facility was recently launched, wooden chips, 23.2 megawatts, and this boiler facility provides hot water and heating to 48 houses, to kindergartens and one school. This is a good example that could be implemented in each and every region, and by doing that we will be able to replace the natural gas, a vast amount of natural gas consumed by every region in Ukraine. And it was launched in 2016 using grant money from Switzerland. They're using Bisman equipment. The State Agency for Energy Efficiency developed the typical model for building bio-CHP, and the capacity is 13 megawatts for heat energy, 5.3 megawatts for electrical energy, and we see that the yield could be 87%, and it will take 3 years for the return on the investment. And we have offers from the German partners on purchasing the used equipment, and probably starting from January 2017, the feed-in tariff is abolished in Germany, and the capacity is over 750 kilowatts need to be subject for competition, bidding, and all of the energy companies that want to provide equipment to energy sector, they need to provide the price on an anonymous basis, and the company that gives the lowest price, they win the bidding and work on the project. So I believe now, even if we start using the used equipment, equipment that was in use for less than 5 months, the term goes less than 3 years to get the return. In Ukraine, the feed-in tariff is one of the highest in Europe, and everybody recognizes that, and it's attractive for alternative energy. And under the law adopted last year that attaches feed-in tariff to euro, the local element was abolished, the local element that prevented investors from installing their equipment, that because there was a requirement to have 30-50% of Ukrainian equipment used. However, this additional incentivizing to 10% or more for using Ukrainian equipment. This is a sort of an intensive to build up Ukrainian manufacturing and Ukrainian job market. The green tariff was increased by 10% for biomass and biogas projects, and the green tariff was introduced for solar and wind plants up to 40 kilowatts for households. So you can see the growth of solar projects implemented. Those who installed solar panels in their buildings in 2014, at the end of 2014, there were only 21 solar plants and 430 in 2016. So the owners install solar panels and they see that it makes sense. The utilities charge for electricity is lower, and another thing is that the projects become more profitable as a result of that. State Agency on Energy Efficiency, jointly with the Initiative Investment and Sustainable Development, supported by GeoJet, implemented and is continuing to work in the area of creating interactive investment map. This map already represents the successful projects in Ukraine, and it is planned to introduce projects that require attracting investments so that an investor could see the projects with the ready feasibility study, business ideas projects, that I could see that, and Agency on Energy Efficiency are ready to work with those who want to start working with energy efficiency. They are ready to assist in drafting feasibility study, getting all the permission documents, and be implementing renewable energy projects. The map will include not only the renewable projects, but also energy efficiency projects. So this will be an opportunity to see the projects implemented in Ukraine and those that need attract investment through ESCO or PPP.
That's how the map looks like now. Please visit uamap.org.ua website, make sure that it's working, get yourself registered, and then anyone from the regions could file a proposal there. Thank you for your attention. Thanks a lot for such a detailed presentation. Now the floor goes to yet another government partner of ours. Namely Alexander Mikhailovsky. From the state regulator. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me here. I represent the national regulator in the sphere of energy and municipal services. I would like to start by saying that as of now, Ukraine has a transparent legislation on the incentives offered for alternative energy projects. Currently, we have a clear understanding who is covered by that legislation and what are the requirements to qualify for feed-in tariff. The regulator is trying to be proactive and participate in any projects that will help to increase the generation of energy At our website, you can find lots of information made available, including the wordings of laws and regulations. The latest one, the procedure on calculating the volume of energy generated by the alternative energy unit. So please welcome to visit our website. In 2016, we observe a boom in alternative energy projects. As of December 1st, 2016, it will be 70 megawatts of installed capacities that were qualified for feed-in tariff. By the end of the year, we might reach 100 megawatts. The markup mechanism is being launched at the next government meeting. A small hydro station and Black Sea wind parks will get such markups 10 and 5% respectively. There are a number of factors that could negatively impact the development of alternative energy. One of those factors is lack of desire of the market players to enter into the agreements until 2030. The regulator becomes more proactive in those negotiations to start signing the agreements until 2030. So far we failed, but we have a number of other levers that we might use, and in the foreseeable future all those negative processes would be resolved. As for Directive 28, namely 11%, I am a bit critical about assessing this directive. We have 4 years left, but we need to commission a huge number of sites. But as soon as we start commissioning in Ukraine such sites as Chernobyl Solar project, building solar plants 1.2 gigawatts, then who knows? Then by 2020, most likely, we might reach those 11% requirements. That's it from me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Let's continue this interesting discussion. The floor goes to Ms. Natalia Boyko, Support Team, National Reform Council of Ukraine, an advisor from the Presidential Administration of Ukraine. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this event and for giving me the floor. The first thought that comes to my mind is that the Ministry of Energy is not properly prioritizing the alternative energy projects, and as the confirmation of this statement, we can see the level of representation from the ministry at our event. But I would like to thank Olga, because the parliamentary committee constantly arranges roundtables and carries out the discussion about the role of alternative energy in Ukraine's strategy paper for the energy sector. Obviously, we need to offer general privileges and benefits for any sorts of renewables, something that we discussed during the 5129 draft law discussion about the solar energy. what's important for me is that we started working and drafting the energy strategy, and a huge chunk of that strategy is dedicated to alternative energy. And in this regard, we have to properly study global trends, priorities, and when our colleagues started studying those trends, we identified three main areas of focus for us. The first factor is that the price of investments into this sector is going down due to the modern technologies, technological breakthroughs, so the investments into renewables get cheaper. If we look at the legislative framework available in Ukraine, basically we can create attractive investment climate if we introduce certain fiscal changes into the laws with the economic stability in place, probably also changing some of the norms of the banking laws and the hard currency transactions laws, but Ukraine has quite a good potential here. Another factor is that the global trend is to privatize low carbon emission projects, and Ukraine signed the Paris Agreement. Ukraine is a participant of other global commitments projects, and the trends that we observe now when, for instance, the ministry representatives discuss the potential of coal industry development but are not discussing that much the alternative energy projects. So these are short-term rather than long-term discussions, because from the strategy standpoint, Ukraine could not remain unique in its approach to fossil fuel. No, we need to become a modern state and reflect it in our priorities in energy strategy. We cannot afford being as energy, have the same level of consumption of energy as back in the Soviet Union times. And the third factor reflects on the regulation of peaks, regulations on storage facilities, smart readers projects, and decentralization of network of the grid. Something that we discuss within the framework of the new energy markets draft law. All those factors would help us not only with the strategy paper but with understanding which changes need to be introduced into the laws and regulations. It's great that the parliamentary committee is carrying out such discussions, especially when the energy markets draft law is in between the readings, so certain amendments could be introduced about the decentralization of the grid in particular, and actually we stand a chance to pass the law which would help and not prevent us doing proper things. Clear priorities for us are: the national regulator has lots of things to do to improve the ability to get access to the grid, to get connected. Doing business discussions will provide incentives for the government to start improving the existing regime in Ukraine. We just have no choice left. Fiscal regime goes without saying. I would like to see probably a prioritization of this area at the level of policy making. I would like to understand who exactly in the cabinet ministers will be responsible for renewables. When one ministry becomes the generation ministry, another ministry regional development, thus leaving the regulator aside, well, that's not a problem because the agency is doing lots of interesting projects, and I was fascinated by the map they presented 2 days ago because it's live map. Please register and access this map, which contains the detailed description of all the sites, and it would be a bridge, so to speak, for investors and project managers to find potential sites for investments in alternative energy. This map gives a systematic view about the diversity of such projects on bioenergy in particular. But when only the agency considers to be the priority, then it's not being properly focused upon by policymakers. Ministry of Energy is not enough. Vice Prime Minister will be come next week chairing the working group, drafting the strategy for energy development, and then it will give the needed impetus for the strategy paper to be finally approved. I hope that in this whole, in addition to policymakers and lawyers, I'm a lawyer by background, are actual real-life investors, and it's great that alternative energy became the topic of acute interest. Thank you for that. Thanks a lot, Ms. Natalia. Thank you for your kind words in respect to the map. In terms of transparency and investment attraction, that might prove to be a really powerful tool indeed. And now let's switch from words and thoughts of the government's officials and advisors and give floor to the private sector. Starting with EBRD, Luis Borgo. The floor is yours. Luis is senior banker on power and energy utilities in EBRD.
This one? Okay, there we go. Thank you. I want to thank the conference organizers for inviting the EBRD to speak at this event. I think there are several EBRD people involved, but we think that this conference is very important. Now, I have been working in Ukraine for almost 17 years, I have to say. It's quite a long time. And a conference like this, there have been previous conferences, but I mean, I think this represents a real change over the Ukraine that I knew so many years ago. It's really a positive change, particularly for a country with such a high carbon intensity. But to some extent, it's following the trend worldwide. But on the other hand, for Ukraine itself, renewable energy represents the possibility to diversify in ways that go beyond the thoughts of climate change. And I think you all know what I mean. Now, one could say one could also rely on coal, but frankly, to rely on coal at this point is really going counter to trend and counter to logic. So clearly, the place for renewables now is firm and is going to grow. EBRD has been promoting renewables in Ukraine for a long time. I would say we're by far the most active financing institution of any stripe involved. We were involved in the process of drafting the legislation to begin with, and we have put our money where our mouth is. As you saw from the presentation from Francis Malige, we have done up to 293 million euros, but in particular in what I might call pedigree renewables in the way of wind and biogas, biomass, solar, and so forth. We have instituted a framework facility known as the Ukraine Sustainable Energy Lending Facility, which started out at 50 million, supported with a 20 million tranche from the Climate Technology Fund. And then we doubled that again to arrive at 100 million with another 50 million and another 20 million from CTF. We're about full on what we call USELF 2, and so now we're trying to figure out what we do about continuing this program. I know there's a lot of investors around wondering what's happening about that, and but I can assure you that we are giving strong thought to how we progress, because we have a long pipeline that goes well beyond the 100 million that we have afforded from USELF program so far. So the other thing is, how do we do large projects, because they require an enormous amount of co-financing. And we have done one large project, of course, and we've been using the system as it is now, but we're going to require changes in order to take the next step in the renewable energy sphere of Ukraine. Ukraine has a very good record so far, in particular when they passed the laws last year that essentially reconfirmed renewable energy and the fact that the political will was really behind it. We have seen how there has been trouble in Ukraine in some instances with currency swings and other matters that have impinged on the renewable energy sector. But Ukraine has come through all of that and has shown that it is behind it. Of course, the situation is that the renewable energy sector is still small. So in that regard, it doesn't bother anybody yet in a big way. When it starts to grow, it's going to have to be taken care of in an orderly way in order to progress the growth in the sector in a way that doesn't attract negative political will in the future. But let's start with first principles. We've seen, well, just on that score though, we've seen trouble in other countries. There's a lot of other countries. The governments have come in and done retroactive legislative changes or other secondary legislative changes that have really put a damper on renewables, because the growth was too much at the end of the day, too fast, let's put it that way, too fast. And there was a feeling that it was getting too expensive and it was growing too much. So this is something that we have to look at in the future. Ukraine, as I say, at the moment, is not in danger of that. We would like it to become somewhat in danger in that, and then we'll take care of that business as it comes along. And we're going to want an orderly process. Now, the first step is that for us to really take off into a new phase, we need more certainty in Ukraine. Yes, EBRD has been happy to do the business so far, but really to take it to a next level, we're going to need greater certainty in the whole renewable framework. In particular, we need to see the legislation that is in draft form. We need to see it be passed, and we need to see it containing within it the right elements to give the market certainty in the process. Naturally, at the moment, we have this problem with the one-year PPAs. This gives tremendous anxiety to financing institutions that you can only sign a PPA that will last 1 year. It needs to be, the PPA needs to be signed at the beginning of the process, and it needs to last out for the entire expected period that the project it needs to pay back. And banks also like a little buffer at the end beyond what their financing tenor is going to be. Another thing that's important right at the moment, and I'm worried that it's going to actually bring renewables to a dead stop for a period of time, is that the legislation at the moment has the feed-in tariff only lasting until the end of 2029. Now you might think that we have 13 years. 13 years in a sense of doing true project finance is a fairly short period. If you start a project, if you start looking at financing a project now from scratch, it's going to take probably about a year to get a major project financed, and then they will have 12 years, and so the terms of the financing will have to be shorter than those 12 years. So you can see that you're starting to squeeze you know, the cash flows in a way that the equity returns are going to be pretty low, and therefore it's going to result in the sponsor maybe not being interested to pursue the project at this point. So the 2029, it's not, let's say, absolutely urgent at the moment, but it is becoming fast an urgent issue, because if we don't get an extension to that 2029, it's going to be very difficult to finance projects. Obviously, we need a new power purchase agreement. The power purchase agreements that we have so far have been reasonable in their makeup, but frankly, they are not best practice PPAs. And so as part of the new legislation and then the secondary legislation, we're going to need a PPA that takes account of more factors in it, like force majeure and change in law, among other things. So EBRD is working with the authorities to try to have a PPA format that meets best practices. We're working with our colleagues at other financial institutions like the IFC, and to ensure that when the legislation is passed, we have something that really meets best standards and is truly bankable for deals of major scale. So going forward, as I say, we need an orderly process. Now, the feed-in tariff has been very good to the renewable energy sector of Ukraine. You can see that essentially there hasn't been a huge run on the renewable energy sector in Ukraine so far. This is because, despite the fact that the feed-in tariff is an attractive tariff, obviously people are balancing risk to what they can get it as a reward. And frankly, at the moment, Ukraine is seen as a high-risk environment to get involved in. And so you don't have a lot of banks trying to get into Ukraine to finance projects. It's a number of factors. It's not just geopolitical factors. It's also the condition of the renewable energy framework at this moment is not so propitious to doing projects in Ukraine. So, as I say, we're going to need to change that. And when that does change, it may be that there will be many more projects financed, even in the geopolitical sphere as we see it. So at that point, there's going to have to be some thought about how sustainable in the long term, is the feed-in tariff. So EBRD is working with, let's say, the Energy Community Secretariat. Let's not forget that Ukraine is a member of the Energy Community, which is a treaty that Ukraine signed, in which it essentially takes on all the laws and directives of the EU in the energy sector. And under those laws, Ukraine is taking on the third energy package, and there's a lot of implications for Ukraine in that regard, in particular also for the renewable energy sector. And Ukraine is going to have to evolve away from the feed-in tariff at some point. And as some people have already alluded to here on the panel, it's likely that it will be encouraged to move to something known as an auction process, whereby a framework is set up where people bid in order to participate in the renewable energy sector, and they bid the best price that they can in order to get selected to come into that pipeline of projects. It's likely that that will reduce eventually the price of power. So it's a good way to go, and it's a clearer way to go at the end of the day in terms of what price is being paid. Because as we know, in the renewable energy sector, we have evolutions every year in the cost of setting up a renewable project. So it's been coming down quickly, and in some instances we can't even keep up with how fast it's coming down. So EBRD would like to support that process, and we will be working with the government and other officials to support that. So what we have is an evolving process where we need to continue to do renewable energy projects in Ukraine because it has so many benefits to it. It has the climate change benefit, it has the carbon intensity benefit, and it has the diversification benefit, which is not just an energy diversification, but it's an independence benefit, which is terribly important. It also has the benefit of showing everyone that Ukraine is serious about renewables and that it stands behind its commitments in renewables, okay? So we need to reconfirm the feed-in tariff. We need to extend the 2029 date. We need to put in place the new legislation and have a workable PPA. That period then will be limited, I would imagine. And from there, we will then evolve to this other system I was talking about, the auction system. EBRD wants to be involved in every phase, and we want to support every phase. And we believe that in order to continue renewables to be coming online, we have to work through every phase. We can't skip phases. So in that regard, EBRD, as I say, has done a lot of business in this sector, in the renewable energy sector, also as a bank. We have now done more renewables than we have done in traditional power generation. So obviously we're a renewable bank, and we're only increasing our focus on that side, and we hope to support that in Ukraine as well. And I again thank you for inviting the EBRD to this forum.
Louis, thank you very much. Pan Borgo, дуже дякуємо за слово.
Pan Borger, thank you very much for the presentation. I believe everyone agrees that EBRD brings up issues that are important, changes in finance in the sector, and I believe it would be interesting to hear from private inspector on that, how they see the market and which issues, which changes they see as necessary. So I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Dubko, Stanislav, managing partner at A7 Capital. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to continue the discussion at where EBRD representative left it, the prospects of attracting investments into renewable sector. You know, for the last 15 years, I was working on attracting investment, and I was involved in several projects related to renewables. Let me highlight a few points. We heard today the mentions that Ukraine set forth this objective, 11% of renewables in the energy, this objective that Ukraine set. This is ambitious, an ambitious objective, but I believe this is not the only objective that Ukraine will have hard time to fulfill as far as agreement with the EU is concerned. However, there's still positive dynamics, and international financial organizations like EBRD and other financial institutions are very important in that respect. The institutions that are development banks who are trying to launch, make one or another sector work. And however, I believe that the required financial resources are an issue when you intend to attract investment. And after the GDP fell by 15% last year, reviving the development is an issue, and Ukrainian companies will have limited financial capabilities to invest in projects. These projects, well, speaking about Ukrainian state or Ukraine's capabilities or some lenders, the internal market, well, banking market, is off the table probably for now as the provider of the loans. So if you add the issue of risk here, so the stakes will be very high. The credit ranking of the country is very low. Recently, we restructured our external debt, and we're still in this grace period. We are not paying much on our debts, and in the nearest years, the capabilities of Ukrainian companies and Ukraine in general to borrow money from outside will remain limited. So basically, the only funds available for renewables energy sector is the money provided by international financial organizations. They are doing a very important thing. They're showing that the projects in this area can be implemented, that they do have economic effect. And I really like the statement that Seneca, ancient thinker Seneca made, that it takes a long time to persuade, but it takes short time to see, because any implemented project is a very important step in implementing other projects. Well, talking about some positive issues that could positively affect the investments in this area, I would speak about two things here. First, decentralization process. Even though it's not going smooth and it backstalled with one step made and two steps back. But nonetheless, if decentralization continues and financial decentralization continues, the local authorities will have opportunity to implement projects, and it will not only be about co-financing the projects on the local level. This opportunity for co-financing will appear at the level of protecting investment, because the low availability of investment funds is caused by weak system of investors' protection. And in this respect, there's a very important fact. Ukraine achieved some progress in creating infrastructure for PPP projects, and the law was adopted in 2010, but since May 2015 we have had amendments to this piece of legislation that allow to protect the interest of an investor in long-term projects, and in the projects where governmental regulation is of importance, specifically energy projects, renewable energy projects where the regulation is powerful, starting with tariffs, for example. So investors' interest protection is very important here, and you've already heard mentions here, and how come the feed-in tariff was set at the given level and then it was amended. Why was that? It had to do with the institutional incapacity, unfortunately, of Ukraine to set the rules of the game for long term and provide the capabilities to all market players, because that causes the review of some things. And, you know, this volatile regulatory environment and volatile tariffs causes risks for investors. And I believe that currently this opportunity at the level of PPP contracts, in those cases where local authorities are representing the state, there's opportunity to basically document the interest of investors and the legislation on PPP provides for the opportunities to protect an investor against the negative amendments to the tariffs, or the situation when in some long-standing situations the tariffs are inconsistent with economic feasibility. So in those conditions, the constitutional mechanism under legislation that is now available will make it possible to make it better. And I believe there's no coincidence that the first projects in the area of PPP specifically were implemented in the area of renewable energy. So far, this has been some small projects and a few boiler plants installed in Ukrainian towns within the mechanisms of private-public partnership, where businesses cooperate with local government and arrange a long-term partnership and cooperation. And this suggests that there's potential in this area. So this is one of the points I wanted to make. So I suggest paying attention to PPP in the future. Another point to make. Do I still have some time? Yes. That, is related to commercial sectors. We will have panels today, and we will hear about projects implemented in various areas and renewables. But I believe that the situation is currently changing in housing sector. Ukraine is taking measures aimed at implementing the market system of interaction in the system of heating for the housing sector, and it's not smooth. The state sometimes feels allergic to reforms taking place. And this paternalistic system has not yet outgrown itself in the country. And, this subsidies system, subsidy payment is this unhealthy response to the changes, against bringing the tariffs to the market level. However, this year, for the first time, we have situation when natural gas tariffs for the households are similar to commercial sector, and the tariffs has grown. So the household tariffs growth was significant, and this is an impulse, an incentive to think about energy efficiency and start thinking about renewables in the housing sector. So this is up to each and every household or owner of a private house. It's a matter of apartment or flat owners getting united in homeowners associations. So a number of important things are happening, specifically bringing the market, putting it into a more civilized market railings, and there's intention to create a competitive supplier market for the consumers in the area of heating. This is a huge share, 18 billion cubic meters of gas spent on heating to the households in the housing sector. And probably this is still a matter for the distant future when, same as in Europe, each house roof is regarded as a potential energy source. Well, I was referring to solar panels specifically, but nonetheless, I believe that gradually we are observing the shaping of the situation when the households have to think about their energy saving and using alternative energy. And in my opinion, this also opens opportunities for the private sector. Look at this segment, and there are existing projects already, and I believe that the investments can start flowing into that sector. So I'll finish up by saying that. Thank you. Interesting points. And I would like to wrap up the panel discussion and leave some time for Q&A. And we will end our panel by Olga Brizhan, Director Desk Consultant Ukraine. So we'd like to hear from you, your opinions on the matter. Thank you, Miron. Greetings, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. In comparison with North America, European Union countries, The development of renewable energy in Ukraine so far is going through initial stages. However, it is important that the usage of renewables is one of the most important directions in Ukraine's energy strategy, and even in the last 2 years, the Ukrainian government has made important amendments to tax and customs code of Ukraine. Specifically, it deals with lowering the tax on land for alternative energy companies and import duty on equipment that is planned to be used for renewable energy production. The only thing is, well, our company currently, we are trying to promote renewable alternative energy. We are working on the issues of cogeneration, biomass, solar energy. There are significant changes as far as renewables are concerned. The level of renewables by 2020 is planned by 20%. It's a good thing, and Ukrainian law on energy provides for the feed-in tariff, and the feed-in tariff is currently the highest if you compare it with the countries of the European Union. However, nonetheless, the robust development and growth of investment projects is not the case. I believe this is not happening due to imperfections in the legislation and favorable investment climate here in Ukraine. I would like to provide a few examples, practical examples that we've encountered in our work. And one of the key barriers that we've noticed are the limitations imposed by the National Bank of Ukraine. It is impossible to get dividends for the foreign investors. They cannot get the dividends in this year, and it makes it impossible to enter into investment agreements. And the only opportunity basically there is to attract the funds, to attract investment, is through loan agreements. However, another problem emerges. The loan agreements with the non-residents do not provide for premature payment of the loan. Premature payment is not possible. Another limitation that we see as far as attracting foreign investment is concerned is the institutional conditions for running the business. A lot of experts, investors see that there are no guarantees to protect their interests in Ukraine. The bureaucracy, the red tape is immense, and corruption is present basically at any level of a business process. For example, it is impossible to buy land or change its target purpose in the short term, and lack of information on land plots and land cadastre, or inconsistency between the data in the cadastre and what really exists there, the discrepancy between what is provided and what really is on the spot. Another example, very often businesses see that at the point of entering into agreement to connect to the power grid, a lot of provisions are added illicitly. Specifically, I'm referring to the measures that require the businesses to update these substations. A lot of substations are in critical condition in Ukraine currently, and they require a total overhaul. And this list could be continued. And today, finding this parity between the short-term interest of foreign investors and long-term positive effect that Ukrainian state and Ukrainian citizens can get is important, as we heard in the presentation by the representative of the state agency on energy efficiency, the general level to renewables in Ukraine is equal to dozens of millions of dollars, and unfortunately neither EBRD or other financial institutions cannot cover all the needs. Therefore, the businesses, Ukrainian businesses, need to be clear that we will have to work with private commercial investors, and the reforms and change need to be organized. We're taking that into consideration. Thank you. I believe that some very interesting points were made today. Points made by advisors and Investors Bank, and it's not only about the problems with legislation. Well, but the speakers, and Ms. Olha paid attention that there are imperfections with land issues, and land issues sometimes are regarded as secondary, but we need to start off with something, and there has to be cooperation between the two ministries on improving and amending legislation on land. Well, and as far as long-term prospects are concerned, and the green tariff, the feed-in tariff, and loans, I believe these were very important issues brought up by EBRD representative. And we also heard about power purchase agreements that are entered into for a period of 1 year only, and that raises suspicions about the prospects of funding from other sources, not only from the only land institution, EBRD. Well, now I would like to open the floor to the audience. Do you have any questions to the panel speakers? Not the comments, but questions? No questions. Do the colleagues have any questions? Would you wish to comment? I would like to add that a PPA is an issue covered by law on electricity. As far as the limitations, I cannot agree with everything because the biggest limitation is at the local level, low awareness about the needed quality of a commercial or municipal project. For an investor to become interested in the project, they would require specific numbers, specific details, and specific data provision to invest into that project. Another problem that exists there, getting the loans. There's problem with the payback period and the pledge. So for example, NEFCO is open 4 years and 125% is the pledge. So I believe these are the obstacles, because basically it causes the need to be looking for big amounts of money to get the loan. Our website has a page on business and investment, and it has an investment card on the website of a state agency on energy efficiency. It includes information, general information on renewable energy, the information that would be of interest to an investor and loan institutions, land institutions. So we engaged Investment Consortium and Ministry of Economy that this project financed the project already. So there has to be information that is of interest to an investor, and it is real. It is possible to find investment. You just have to be initiative. Feel free to contact us. We will help you. We will assist you. We will support your projects, commercial and municipal. And we collected only 32 projects, drafts, with general information. Basically, these were business ideas only from various regions of Ukraine. And we are assisting these projects with their drafts to achieve the implementation of the drafts. Thank you. Well, as far as long-term agreements in energy are concerned, well, I know there's difference between what is there in legislation and what there's in practice. Well, yes, there are legislative provisions, but the PPAs currently cover a period of 1 year only, and probably the regulator, will they have some opinion on that? I would like to hear from you. Well, yes. And I told that there's been a number of measures taken to incentivize entering into this agreement for the period of up to 30 years, and no response. Basically, we still have capability to influence that. We can introduce amendments to the regulation of the regulator and just put the phrase here till the year 2030. So probably that could influence the market and make the market enter into this long-term agreement. And Ukrainian market, on the principles of energy market, says that when the market is fully functional, well, basically, there's no problem in entering into these agreements for the period of till 2020, even now. So let's be hopeful. Thank you. Any comments from the audience? Please introduce yourself and ask a question. Good afternoon, Valery Baz, Deputy Head of Dnipro Oblast Council. I have a question. We heard from the representatives of various governmental authorities, but I would like to be clear. Is there a practical working group working on implementation of the projects and developing the issue, or are you just sitting in your offices, in your chairs, and just trying to build some independent structure? Or are you really engage in cooperation? Can we see this working group somewhere? Can the regions get involved in this process? Thank you. So who would like to answer to that? Of course, these are not closed working groups for the project to be processed. The interagency working group, it has to be submitted first, and the State Agency of Energy Efficiency has one working group on PPP projects, and there is another working group on supporting the projects in the alienation area. So please leave your contact details. Please come up with suggestions with the projects. If you have a good business idea or project, please contact us, and we'll be working on that. And we'll be working on eliminating any limitations or barriers there are. I believe we have one more. We have time for one more question. Do you have any questions? I see there's someone in the back who wants to ask a question. No mic. The mic is not working, unfortunately. Vladimir Rizachuk. I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm head of an NGO, Clean Production and Resources. I have a question for Ms. Olga Brezhak. So, what do you do with an investor who failed to build a solar plant in 3 years? So, we are giving municipal land for lease for several years, but nothing is done in these years. Only the rent payment is made. Another question. I worked abroad for some time, and I saw how awareness is raised amongst the public. Well, we do not do anything for children. So I have one constructor, a specialist working on energy efficiency, and I took him to so many places to raise awareness. But, you know, it is very hard to get the the assembling blocks, like a toy to use for children to play with teaching purposes, and we do not have that. I only brought one with me in the country. So the problem is that we lack this training, this awareness for children like they do in the West when children are taught starting the age 5. And I'm personally looking to start working with the State Agency on Energy Efficiency. So the question was, how do we start? How do we start working? Do we get these construction toys for children to be used? Because
Чесно, питання під...
Sorry for interrupting you, because personnel training is something outside of the scope of the topics for discussion. So let's take the first question out of your intervention, and sorry for cutting you short. So you ask, why so long? Hopefully, Ms. Olga would respond to you. Thank you for this question. And it's true, this trend is present in Ukraine for the last 3 years, in particular, 2013, 14, and 15. Back in 13, unfortunately, that was the year when the financial attractiveness of Ukraine went down. 14 was a dead year. No investments at all. we witnessed the uphill battle of convincing foreign investors under the turbulent events. 2015 started with the approval of the energy law, introduction of feed-in tariff. Finally, we became attractive to investors slightly, and only now private investors' involvement starts paying off. We started convincing them back in 2015, claiming that the return on investment is possible, trying to prove that the risks are minimal. But this whole work takes time. But the process moves on, and thanks God, we have signed in the US with one of our overseas private investments corporations, one of our debt partners, and we cooperate with equity investors, private investors who invest when they own shares until the return on investments. We launch our own partners and we work with launch our own projects and we work together with our partners, but they own land plots, equipment, licenses. But since those last years were unattractive for investors, so the managers of those projects that were standing idle, but at least they paid still a land fee. And since 2015, the fee has been raised substantially, and now all those companies are unprofitable, which is not that attractive to investors. Thus, we have to find solutions to avoid or to mitigate such unattractive components in the work. Well, if you sign an agreement for 49 years, then don't save money on lawyers, because then you can impact those who are not following the agreement's commitments. So, the first panel is over. Coffee break is on. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for questions. Thanks for an interesting discussion. Hopefully the upcoming panels would be as interesting and relevant as this one. Thank you.
Заступника, можливо, на другу панель нам відправити. З літака написав. Шановні пані та панове, в нас перерва до 11:30. Об 11:30 ми починаємо другу панель, не менш цікаву, щодо глобальних трендів в секторі альтернативної енергетики. Будь ласка, не запізнюйтесь, ми почнемо об 11:30. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion will be at 11:30. Please be sharp. We will start at 11:30. Thank you. другу панельну дискусію під назвою «Глобальне
Global Trends in Alternative Energy. Panel 2. Please, all the speakers of our second panel discussion to please take your seats. Grasping this opportunity, I would like to thank our partners.
з альтернативної енергетики міжнародній юридичній компанії Dentons, найбільшій юридичній компанії світу за кількістю юристів. Вже 125 офісів є в світі. Також нашому партнеру Guest Consulting Україна, компанії з партнеру сонячної енергетики Рентехна, партнеру Jinka Solar, також партнеру компанії КНЕС, CNBM, Європейський банк з реконструкції та розвитку, інвестиційному партнеру A7 Capital, стратегічному партнеру будівельній компанії Artboot Service, офіційному перевізнику форуму авіалініям Turkish Airlines, автомобільному партнеру форуму компанії Renault Україна, а також генеральному ТВ-партнеру News One, генеральному інформаційному партнеру Інтерфакс Україна, генеральному радіопартнеру Голосу столиці. Ми також очікуємо, що все ж таки з урядового комітету до нас завітає заступник міністра енергетики.
We still expect Deputy Minister of Energy to join us, but the government's meeting is still on. So Mr. Igor Nasalek has passed his kind regards, being on the flight Kyiv-Lviv. Lviv is the place where they are signing the agreement between the EBRD, the IFU Danish Fund, on creating a wind park in Lviv region. The President of Ukraine, Petro Poroshenko, is present at the ceremony. Mr. Sinyutka, the chief of the city hall, Mr. Sadovy, the mayor of Lviv city. Now, I would like to request the speakers of the second panel to please join me here in the panel, being moderated by James Brooke, Editor-in-Chief, Ukrainian Business Journal. Keynote speakers, Richard Spinks, Chief Executive Officer, Active Energy Group. Tomasz Janusz, partner of Dentons law firm. Jan Nielsen from BWSC. Roman Zinchenko, co-chairman of Energy Committee of the Ukrainian Venture Capital Association and the chairman of Green Incubator. Also Frank Niendorf, general manager Europe from Jinka Solar, and Sergei Shakalov, co-founder and chief executive officer of KNES Energy Holding. Esteemed gentlemen, if you want to make your speech, come join us here.
Yeah. Okay.
Great, thank you. Yeah, good. Hi, greetings.
Доброго дня, мене звуть Джеймс Брукс. Дякую за таке чудові слова привітання. Хотів би розповісти про наш український Ukrainian Business Journal. Ми публікуємо журнал для англомовних читачів Торонто, Нью-Йорк, Лондон. На наш журнал можна підписатися, отримати його, до речі, онлайн. І це чудове джерело для іноземців, для того, щоб дізнатися про можливості та перешкоди з огляду на фінансування. Сюди іноземці не лише приїжджають на таксі, але іноді і літаком прилітають з Копенгагену і з Швейцарії. В нас сьогодні є представники, тому буде чудово почути реальність ставлення до України від ЄС. З огляду на мене, то перший раз, коли я ступив
technically part of Ukraine. And this was in 2006, and I interviewed your ambassador, and he said, you know, we really need alternative energy in Ukraine. So, fast forward 10 years, I'm really interested to hear what our panelists have to say. And I'm going to keep things moving. I'm the father of 4 boys, so I'm a secret disciplinarian, and I'm going to keep these gentlemen to 7 minutes. There'll be good presentations, there are going to be discussions and follow-ups here, and then I look forward to your questions from the audience. So why don't we start with Andriy Chubatenko, and Andriy, why don't we switch seats, because I know you've got an interesting presentation for us.
Thank you, James. Working, seems to be working. Thanks. Hello, my name is Andrei. It's a great pleasure to be here today with you. On behalf of Mr. Richard Spinks, I would like to say that he's unfortunately is not able to be present here because was forced to meet with the investors for Ukrainian projects. But I would like to say the word of thanks to the organizers for such a great event. Guys, you are doing a great job. So I will make a brief presentation on what we are doing in active energy, what views we have on the prospects of the renewable energy market globally, what we believe in and what opportunities we are searching for. And of course, I will address a couple of points on with regard to Ukrainian reality and the best path which could potentially take the Ukraine to benefit out of all of what is happening in the world globally now. So, speaking about the renewable energy standing on the Ukrainian land, for us it's an additional assertion point that being globally present company has started its business from Ukraine, from the wood chip processing facility. Now we are present across the entire value chain, starting from forest management to wood chip processing, solid biofuel production, and recently we've entered the market for power generation. In Canada, we manage forests amounting to 458,000 hectares. This is the unique project in the northern part of Alberta province in Canada. The project is structured as a joint venture with the local Métis settlements, where they have contributed with their forest resources, and we bring the investments to commercialize and manage the forests in the sustainable manner. The same approach we are trying to implement in Ukraine, working closely with the regional forestries, and recent positive moves and news are instilling additional confidence from our side that our goals, our ambitious goals for 2020, which where we target like 350 to 850,000 hectares, are realistic. Our wood fiber division, the business model is procuring the forestry resources across the Ukraine, making the wood chip and exporting to Turkey, stands very healthy and strongly today, demonstrating high increase in volumes in terms of, and as well in terms of weight and revenues. Today we expect 550,000 tons exports of wood chip to Turkey this year, despite previous unstable couple of years. And of course, knowing and keeping in mind from the project start, from the business start, that it is better to process raw material where we source it, we've decided, of course, after relevant strategy design, to enter the market of biopower. Now we have a couple of projects in our pipeline of CHPs from 3 to 10 megawatts, and the first of them are to be commissioned in late 2018. Another company stream was stipulated as we went forward with the processing ratio of biomass we have as the incoming material. And last year we've partnered with a group of US-based inventors possessing proprietary technology which allows us to produce solid biofuel using simple hydrolysis process. This is extremely different from the standard pellets processing and gives us a possibility to make the fuel with higher calorific value equal to coal, dissolve all salts, and completely replace the coal in the existing coal power plants. This is one of the facilities, 40 tons an hour system, which allows to produce 312,000 tons of solid biomass and successfully distribute them for consumers in Europe and Northern America. We also work very fine with the herbaceous materials, different types of husk, straw, and so forth. So the project will go in 4 plants by 2020. So actually what is behind our confidence and why we are so positive in the renewable energy development? What is happening actually in the world and what is the key driver of the market? It could be described very simple in 2 words. This is climate change. It's not a secret that humanity spews about 110 million tons of global warming pollution each 24 hours. And if we look at the chart of carbon emission after the late 80s, the humanity still depends on fossil fuels. And we consume, according to different estimates, about 85% of energy which is burned from fossil fuels totally. What is happening as the consequences after that? Policy is changing, and the global energy policy is changing. Countries are adjusting their policies, as well as businesses and financial institutions are redirecting their flows into more clean and non-fossil fuels. And actually, it is not a secret, and the fact that more than 60 countries have signed the Paris Climate Change Agreement. The key aim is to keep the global warming in the range of 1.5 to 10 degrees above zero. And this is actually a legally binding requirement for all the countries signed this memo or agreement, let us say, to commit for CO2 emissions decrease during each 5 years. And actually, also some interesting facts that global funds possessing about $24 trillion under management has committed to redirect their financial flows to green investments and green projects like energy efficiency and all types of other renewables. Leading banks such as JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citigroup has banned further crediting of fossil fuel projects and new power stations within the OECD countries. This is the reality. And what is happening so forth, we need to say goodbye to coal. The global community is saying goodbye to coal. And I will tell you brief facts. For example, California, Oregon are pledging and committing to go green, 100% green by 2030. The same for Alberta, which is phasing out 17 coal power plants by 2025. UK is going to do the same by 2020. And all of these coal power plants decrease in consumption of coal, and we see that the global balance is changing as well, as it was 43% in 2013. By 2030, it will be only 25%. Renewables are on the strong, dynamically growing pace. And there is a logical question, what the coal power plants will do with the necessity to fuel their plants, with what? We are doing our best to replace it with the coal switch, our solid biofuel, which I've described you briefly before. And actually, we believe that Europe will stand the strongest consumer by 2030 with 30 million tons of wood pellets, with Northern America and Japan and South Korea becoming biggest consumers as well. According to our estimates and officially announced figures, about 13 million tons of pellets are going to be an additional consumption after 2018-2019. You see the list of the coal power plants which are going to run the conversion, and some of them are to be launched even in 2017. It will lead to the price hike. In next 4 years, the price will increase by 30 to 40%. Actually, it was before, and it's not something like surprising. So the question also, what about the rest of investments? Investments, if someone would have asked me like 2 years ago that, do you believe in $1.3 trillion of investments in renewables by 2030? I would say no. Now it seems to me that it's not a very surprising figure. If you look at the chart, you will see that solar PV has decreased in production cost by more than 40%. The same for lightning. Onshore wind is also demonstrating positive results like 25–35%. The same for industrial heat and production. Electric vehicles on the rise with 64% increase in sales, year-on-year results with tremendous decrease in terms of the battery cost. We see extremely low unsubsidized level of price for 1 kilowatt of electricity, like 3 cents for solar, 3 cents for wind. And as far as I know, Chile has recently come up with like 2.4%. I've marked a couple of countries which are using two models upon our mind. One model is for China, United States, UK, Germany, of course, Japan. They are benefiting of technologies and strongly investing into renewables, not only raw material. In turn, Morocco, Thailand, and South Africa are using their natural locations like wind for Morocco, Thailand for biomass, solar for South Africa. That's a good question for Ukraine, where to go and what path to choose. So, summarizing like this quick presentation, I would like to address 3 points, 3 wants of what to other panelists, maybe to sum up this in the following discussion. What are the competitive advantage of Ukraine should be? What path to choose, whether to go with the second generation advanced biofuels or to stay on the like standard biofuel using like simple straw, for example? What strategies should Ukraine choose in this respect? How to support R&D process, how to create agencies supporting these processes in close connection with business, for example? And what products could be basically exported from Ukraine in 5–10 years term? Not earlier, because all these projects need at least 2–3 years to be launched. So thank you for your attention and throwing a couple of points to the other panelists' discussion. James?
Andrea, thank you very much. You want to switch with Tomas, little name cards?
It's like a game changer.
Yeah, it's like a, what we used to call Chinese fire drill, but you know, in the age of Donald Trump, you can say things like that. Yeah, I really envy you and the audience for seeing those slides. I learned a heck of a lot, but I also got a bit of a crick in my neck twisting around. But Andrea, thank you for an interesting presentation. Now we're lucky to have Tomas Janas from Warsaw, Dentons, who can give us the EU perspective, which is increasingly vital for all of us here in Kyiv. Okay, Tomas.
Good morning to everyone. Tomas Janas, I'm a partner at Dentons Warsaw, and I'm a member of Energy and Natural Resources Group. First of all, I would like to thank Dentons Kiev for inviting me to take part in this panel and share with you with some thoughts from the European perspective. So basically, continuing what already was mentioned in the earlier presentation, when we look at the recent trends in the renewables investments, and in particular in what happened in 2015, I guess that we can be quite optimistic about the future of the renewables, given the fact that the investment outlays have been on the continuous growth path since several years. So in 2015, what is very interesting is that for the first time in history, the number of investments in the renewable sector was higher than, in terms of the new installed capacity, was higher than the investments in the fossil fuels, which is also interesting, given the plummeting prices of the fossil fuels in 2015, in the last year. It's also quite interesting that for the first time in history as well, in 2015, more renewable capacity was actually built in the developing countries than, let's say, the developed part of the world, which at the same time means that the renewables in these developing countries are no longer seen as a kind of a luxury. So the total value of the investments in the renewable sector globally amounted to around $300 billion US, and out of more than 130 gigawatts of the new capacity, more than 60 gigawatts was represented by wind, and more than 50 by PV, which basically are the two renewable technologies which in the recent years dominated the renewable sector. Unfortunately, there are some places in the world where you can see the decline in the renewable investments, and last year in 2015, and I guess that it's gonna, this negative tendency is continued in 2016 as well. So the place where you could see the drop of investments is basically the European Union. That was caused by a number of factors. So one of the main one was the retroactive changes in the legislation, which were passed in several countries like Spain or Romania. This was also, of course, ongoing crisis, mainly in the south of Europe. I think that one of the good, or in that context maybe bad examples can be actually my country, Poland, where you have prolonging legislative uncertainty. And contrary to 2015, which was a record year in terms of the new installed capacity in wind in Poland, because I think that Poland was on the second or third place in the European Union in terms of new capacity in wind. Given this legislation uncertainty in this year, this year remains, I would say, quite silent. And there are no projects which are under construction, at least in the wind farm sector, and that I will also discuss in a minute in a greater detail. So, as regards the factors which determine the growth of the renewables, globally, I fully agree with Andriy that on one hand this is the climate change policy. On the other hand, this is also true that these are the decreasing costs of the renewable technologies. It's quite amazing when you find out that, for instance, the cost of the onshore wind turbine in the last 7 years have fallen by around 30%, which actually puts onshore wind in a good position to compete, at least in some places of the world, with the conventional generation sources. At the same time, you can see this decrease of the costs in the results of the auctions, which are taking place in several countries. As regards the European Union, as you might be aware, the auction mechanism will be basically obligatory as of January 1st, 2017, because in accordance with the document which is called Guidelines on State Aid for the Environmental Protection and Energy, European Commission demands that as of January 1st, 2017, all member states apply transparent mechanisms, which is basically based on the auctions. So it's quite interesting to know that, for instance, in the UK, in the first auction, which was organized in the beginning of 2015, there was a contract awarded to one of the onshore wind farm investors, where the price was more than 10% lower than what would be available to this project under the green certificate scheme, which basically was phasing out in the UK. The other thing is of course what was already mentioned. Another key driver is the climate change policy, and it's beyond any discussion that the renewables, together with the energy efficiency, are the main tool which can help us to achieve all the goals that were established under the Paris contract in December 2015. And of course, these climate change issues, this is also one of the main goals of the recent initiative of the European Union, which was launched in early 2015, which is the Energy Union, the aim of which is to create, at the end of the day, one and truly integrated European energy market, which at the same time will allow for the transition to low carbon economy, and which will be, of course, based on some principles like achieving at least 27% of the use of renewables by 2030, as well as, for instance, reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 by 40%. It's quite interesting that unlike under the current legislation, where as regards this mandatory target of the specific share of renewables in the final consumption, the new 27% target will not be binding upon specific member states, but basically this will be one binding target for the whole European Union. And as a step towards creating the Energy Union, we are right now expecting announcement by the European Commission of the so-called winter package, which will actually consist of proposals for legislation, which will come into force after 2020. And one of these pieces of legislation will be the new Renewable Energy Directive. And one of the main factors which seems to be extremely important for the future success to basically achieve the goals of the Energy Union is making sure that the new Renewable Energy Directive will introduce a predictable, transparent, and robust legal framework. Because, as I mentioned in the very beginning, there are a number of investors which basically lost the trust and are no longer interested to invest in certain countries because of all those retroactive changes. So basically, the European Union wants to apply a new legislation, a new framework which will give the investors a minimum degree of certainty. It's also discussed among the officials of the European Union that we should start thinking of creating one incentive scheme which would be binding on the for the whole European Union, for the whole member states, the same unified incentive scheme. And beyond any discussion, one of the, I would say, main goals is making the renewables fully competitive energy source. And this is also reflected in the legislation which is currently in force, in the guidelines which I mentioned. The guidelines basically say that their aim is to prepare the ground for the changes which are to take place in the EU after 2020, and there is it's provided also in the guidelines that after 2021. The subsidies for the renewable energy, as well as any exemptions from the balancing responsibilities, should be basically gradually phased out. It's, well, of course, we will see what will be the outcome of all these initiatives. It's not, well, the European Union actually still consists of 28 member states, and of course it's quite difficult to reach a political consensus where you have member states which have quite, I would say, conflicting interests, and they are not equally enthusiastic about the idea of the energy union, including the promotion of the renewables. Of course, there are a number of other challenges that I think are both in common for any member states of the European Union, as well for I would say young markets as the Ukrainian renewable markets. First of all, the recipe that would allow any market to be successful is, as I mentioned in the very beginning, predictable legal framework. If you look, for instance, at the recent changes that were adopted in Poland, it's beyond any discussion that they lead to undermining the investors' trust in the Polish market. And here I mean especially changes with respect to the wind energy, where the government introduced some changes which affect both the projects under the development, establishing some minimum distance requirements, as well as will negatively impact the operational projects because of the changes in the tax, in the real property tax, which in 2017 will rise by 4 to 5 times. Of course, one of the main challenges is also the technical issues, and again, this is something that Ukraine, I guess, will face in some time when the renewable sector will grow. So first of all, there is an issue of balancing of the renewable sources, which basically implies the need to work on energy storage, smart grids, some grid management mechanisms that will basically allow for the absorption of the increasing volume of renewable energy without causing any threat to the stable and safe operations of the transmission distribution grids. And as a final remark, I guess that also one of the main risks for any renewable project, especially for the wind farms, are something which can be called the social risks. You have many places where local people are not very enthusiastic about the renewable projects, mainly wind farms. This is something what we have experienced in Poland, and in many instances the local communities were in a position to block, by challenging the decisions, were in a position to block a number of investments, which of course meant huge problems for the investors. So as a recommendation, I would say that it's very important that the local community is involved in the decision-making process about location of the project. And I guess it also makes sense to impose some obligations on the investors, meaning that they should somehow, I would say, participate in the life of the local community, which basically will end up in I would say, greater support for the project. So let me conclude with that, and if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them, of course. Thank you.
Tomas, thank you. And that's very interesting. I know in the state of Vermont in the US, there's a wind company that essentially is going to pay each resident to have a wind farm there. We're going to move right along. We've got 4 more speakers. I ask everyone to keep it to about 5-7 minutes. Next is Jan Nielsen, who is here from Copenhagen. And I don't want to steal your thunder, but you told me that by 2050, all of Denmark's energy is to come from renewables. So let's hear more about that. Thanks.
Thank you, and we better put the clock so we can see we don't run over time. Hello everybody, it's a pleasure to be here in Kiev again. It's like coming back home again. I had to talk about trends in EPC sales, and we like to combine it with a couple of other things, but therefore the title, Sales to Special Purpose Vehicles. My name is Jan Nielsen and based north of Copenhagen. BWSC is probably not so known in Ukraine yet. We hope to change that. A little bit background about our company. We are not a traditional EPC contractor, as you know it, who's supplying full turnkey projects. We have, in fact, 4 different hats on. We are doing development, we're doing financing, we are doing, of course, the full turnkey of the plant, and we're also doing long-term operation and maintenance of biomass power plants, among others, up to 20 years. So a couple of different hats to play on. We see ourselves as the leading renewable energy contractor from 10 to 60 megawatt of electricity or combined heat and power. We are headquartered 40 kilometers north of Copenhagen, approximately 600 employees in Denmark and abroad. And by now we have supplied more than 175 different power plants in 53 different countries. We are owned by Japanese, and our turnover in 2015 was 283 million euros. What I would like to do is I would like to make Ukraine the new UK. This is just to give you a little bit over the UK. The red spots is my babies, as we call them, the projects I've been involved in. We have done 10 projects now in the UK. They are based on all different kind of fuels. They're based on straw, they're based on waste wood, they're based on wood chips. And out of those 10 plants, we have invested in 6 of them. So that we would really like to see being replicated here in Ukraine. We have, together with this, also developed 250 jobs to operate the plants, so it also bringing a lot of employment with them compared to other sources. We also should see and monitor the scene in EU right now. You have sustainability criteria on the biomass. It doesn't help that you take out the complete forests to burn it. It has to be sustainable. And things like straw, for example, where they don't have any use for it right now, or little use, you can create an additional income for the farmers, you can burn it and produce electricity and heat, and that is sustainable in our point of view. Trends, change in customer base. That's really the change I see also people has to get used to. For many years also in Denmark, you sold to utilities. You sold to state-owned utilities where they had a balance sheet. They didn't need to go out and finance the complete projects via a special purpose vehicle. That's not the case anymore. Renewable energy is to a large degree driven by local investors, local developers who would like to see renewable energy in their country. So therefore we're shifting to the sales to special purpose vehicles, where there's a much higher focus on the bankability on the whole project supply chain. We have to overcome the challenge in securing non-recourse project finance and also to secure the payments over the years. And that is the challenge I see. Can we overcome them? Of course we can, but it does require, should we say, some attention from the government in Ukraine to be able to go to this scenario in the UK. Just to give you a fast overview, how does a structure of a plant like this look like? This is just to simplify. There's probably around 100 different contracts to be signed to make a plant like this. And we don't talk about 2 or 3 megawatts. Our aim is to do 45 megawatt power plants in Ukraine based on straw. So you need a lot of different contracts. You will have, of course, a lot of lawyer fees. There will be a lot of technical advisors. You start down here with the permitting. That has to be in place. We have to find some investors who is ready to put up around 30% of the equity. Of course, we need some insurance. The most key to any of those projects in bankability terms is the fuel supply. Can you ensure fuel now and 12 years down the road? That's really the key for making projects like this happen. Of course, you have to find some lenders. You have to make sure you have a bankable EPC and O&M contractor who can ensure that the plant is performing now and also 15 years down the line. And then, of course, you also need a PPA and a couple of other things like ash removal, bottom ash, and so forth, which will anyhow go back to the farmers as a fertilizer. This is set up, and how do we manage it? And how is it in Ukraine right now? I want to raise 2 questions today to you and to the panel. We would like to see the project or projects go ahead here in Ukraine. So I've put up here what is required. Bankable EPC and OM provider. I think we are seen in the market as bankable. We have done, as I said, 10 projects in the UK alone. So I think we can say tick mark to that. Bankable straw fuel supply contracts, that is in place. It's including the whole baling equipment because you don't have this long-term, should we say, knowledge about making the big bales out of the straw. So we also have to bring some baling equipment as part of the project development. But that's also in place. Certainty over the electricity revenue levels. We heard from EBRD this morning that right now we are, investors a little bit unsecure. Should we start? Because a project like ours takes 30 months to build. It takes 1 year, EBRD told us, to get the project or the financial close. And the feed-in tariff is expiring in 2030. If the government of Ukraine really means biomass, then there has to be done something to the 2030. The feed-in tariff is also dropping 10% by end of 2019. Something also needs to be done to this to attract the financing. So my first question here, how do we make the government look positive on this? You don't need to answer right now. Ensure certainty over the revenues period. We have talked about the PPA. Of course, we would like it 12 years, but if it's set by law and you have to renew it every year, I don't see that as a major issue. When I talk to investors about providing equity for a project in Ukraine, this here is the greatest concern. The greatest risk are the ability to pay. Not that they would not like, but can they? And I can tell you that the Spanish government, they made changes with reverse effect when they come into financial distress. That has scared the investors. We have seen things happening in Romania also scared the investors. What action should the government take to provide the required comfort to the lenders? That's my second question. If we can get those moving, I see a great potential for renewable energy, biomass in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was really very interesting. And Jan, it was kind of scary. He had this little iPhone countdown clock running. I could see it. Roman, you're next. Come on up. Coming all the way from Kyiv, as I recall. And so, UVCA.
Yes. Can we click a little bit back? Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure being here, and after such a more focused on the very material things, I'll be speaking about the inspiration for innovations in energy. I'm representing Greencubator, which is brave NGO promoting energy innovations in Ukraine, and I also have an honor to be a chairman at Ukrainian Venture Capital Association Energy Committee, helping venture capitalists be more optimistic about the sector. And one of our core beliefs is that the current state of the world and the current climate crisis is practically the result of business models that suck. And just the wrong business models caused a lot. So we have the idea that we shouldn't be doing less harm or printing on the reverse page, part of the paper in the metallurgic or coal-fired power plants. Instead, we should fix the business models, and this business model should be green. And how are you fixing business models? The answer is simple, with entrepreneurs. So that's why we believe that the energy geeks and those creating energy revolution, these guys are sexy, and the green is the new sexy, and we are trying to move forward the idea of energy entrepreneurship in Ukraine through sustainable innovations and through all things green, all things technological, and all things promoting new energy future. And that's why we are focusing that Ukrainian entrepreneurs creating new solutions should have more meetings like that and more investments like that, should have more partners like Deutsche Telekom and other innovation leaders, and should have more opportunities to meet people like Alex Lasky, the founder of O-Power. So that's our business, creation the ecosystem for those looking to innovate into technologies. And we are sure that it's worth covering, so you can check our story at BBC website, but I have an important things for you, an important idea for you. I believe that the energy is the sector where the Skype moment is coming. What is the Skype moment? Well, it's very simple. For those of you traveling internationally, do you remember your phone bills like 10 years ago, 15 years ago? Who owned your bill? What happened now? These guys came and they shaved off billions and billions of profits from these guys. Telcos are still there, but Skype moment came, and actually I don't remember where was my last time I was paying some huge international bill except roaming. And actually being a loyal customer to Kyivstar, I was making fun recently about the photo from Kyivstar president saying, if you want to help Kyivstar, make a long distance call. So the Skype moment is coming for utilities, and the life would be no more different, no more easy as it was for them in many markets. We may be not that fast. So, and our idea with that is just helping to approach the Skype moment with 100 energy startups, at least, here in Ukraine, and we see some of the shifts coming that helping make it possible. So let's just step several months back. 10 months ago, we had World Economic Forum in Davos. And there's some very cool statistics from the World Economic Forum in Davos, like major shifts happening in the energy sectors, like, for example, the structure of the new generation capacity, which was already mentioned, which is in renewable sector. And among that new capacities, 2/3 are not in the well-known and established and classical traditional markets. No, they are in China, they're in India, they're in Brazil. And China is world's largest investor into renewable technology. And what's the most important, China wants a quarter of its generation to come from renewables in just 16 years, to be almost 15. 16 years is almost nothing, and this is China. They clearly have reason for that, because you can see the year, but when you're returning back to Kyiv from some mountains, you can clearly see Kyiv's ear, and we also, the country which takes the lead in terms of deaths caused by air pollution. And there's one more thing. This thing is called divestment. At World Economic Forum, the scale of divestment, the exit of capital from fossil-based assets was announced at $3.2 trillion. Should they stay in cash like some of Ukrainian members of parliament prefer to keep money? I doubt that. And I think they will be getting into new sectors, and there will be new breakthroughs like 33% in German electrical grid coming from renewables. So the market is transforming. Germany, for example, sees increasing part of its energy powered by renewables. Sure, they have some challenges, but there is also another side, and this side is on the capital side. So, for example, if we would look at the venture capital available for the world, you will see that this scale is growing, and the market for technology entrepreneurship is growing, and there are more mergers and acquisitions coming than there were like 5-6 years ago, and traditionally there's a lot of investments going into old sectors and new sectors. But let's look at the company who are behind the energy drive. Some of them do understand that the Skype moment is coming, and some of them are trying to prevent them. Because in addition to the financial investors, there are also corporate investors who are doing a lot of clean tech investments, who are doing a lot of activities. And look, they are General Electric, they're Google Ventures. By the way, Google has over $2 billion portfolio in renewables. They are GM Ventures, they are E.ON. E.ON even has its domestic accelerator, it's called E.ON Agile. And they are Siemens. So the market is getting hotter, but many players undervalue the opportunities in this market. But still, look at sure, when you're thinking about the innovation, we think about this guy, and we think about the market cap of some of the companies. And luckily, Tesla Motors, which now is no longer Motors, but just Tesla, is over 27 billion in market cap. And last quarter, they broke profit, which is good. But which is also good is the transformation and the Skype moment challenge for many utilities who do not know what would happen if this thing and this thing will become the reason for many of their largest paying customers to saying, well, you know, we don't need you anymore. Like it happened with many cable companies who lost a lot of their clients. And just look at some of the trends going with the prices going down and with the Tesla Gigafactory being built and Hawaii implementing legislation to go 100% renewable. It's a huge market opportunity for creating totally new set of technologies. For many entrepreneurs, this is a huge opportunity, not just for the Elon Musk. And of course, we see a lot of technological things coming on the grid level, though many grid operators still resist that. Because we are getting into the Internet of Everything, which recently caused a major internet blackout, of course. So the security of energy system would be another thing. But the smart grids, the smart metering situation, it's opening a whole bunch of opportunities to code, to develop hardware, to develop services, to integrate. Because integration here is the major thing. And the integration is the core driver of innovations in the sector. And that's not the technology, but integration of the technology and scaling of the technology, which is making things happen. So very soon, you will be able to program your own power plant with virtual resources, like you can virtualize now your computer system. And what the traditional guys are saying, they say, no, this never gonna happen. But what's happening, there are huge changes happening in many sectors which are involved with mobility. Just with energy, with supply, with grids, with food technologies. Just look at this thing from Google and self-driving car. When they started, this thing cost over $100,000. Now, on this version, this thing is less than $1 is less than $10,000. And there are a number of companies saying we can do this on a chip and it will be way below 1,000. What does it mean? We actually don't know, but we see a huge revolution in mobility coming, and we see huge transition there, and actually Ukrainian developers are developing autopilots for some of the largest world concerns, which is also impressive thing. So we see big things coming, but the greatest thing is integration. When I mean integration, I mean that sometimes we do not know how things are gonna happen. Because, well, how many of you have smartphones with you? Just raise them. Okay? So, and you've probably been scratching your smartphone previous version, but now not that much, because you have this thing which is called Gorilla Glass. But sometimes people forget that Gorilla Glass is a glass formula coming from 1956, which was shelved on 1963. And only by Apple's request, it got back into mass production and now generation 2/3 of the company revenue. The engineers who were putting SMS feature in the phones, they didn't know how it's gonna work. It turned out to be a major source of revenue for the telcos. The engineers who were putting the camera on the front, well, they weren't thinking that this move gonna be like a selfie, gonna be the major driver for the population of duck faces on the internet. But still, it worked. So we see now there are big changes in every sector, and the grid is the big new opportunity. The battery prices are going down. There are new products and new integration. So the last reference to the cell phone in my talk. When this phone got into my hands, it was registered for the company which was called Wink, but not English Wink, but Wink, вертикально интегрированная нефтяная компания, with a pipe
vertically integrated oil company
to the petrol station. What's happening now? Well, the guys like Elon Musk are offering new type of products, and they're building their own verticals. And these own verticals will demand a lot of new talents, they will demand a lot of new opportunities, and they will demand a lot of new entrepreneurs. And there will be a Skype moment for utilities. So I do suggest let's help them have this Skype moment earlier, and let's raise the new generation of entrepreneurs, because some of the utilities do understand. EDF, largest French utility, recently had a competition called EDF Pulse. We were their national partner, and many Ukrainian power companies got there. So they got Umuni, which is helping Ukrainian city of Lviv save millions on energy. They picked Ecozy, the Nest for radiators, and the winner was, of course, Ecosme, which was born on our Tesla camp. And we are proud that there are Ukrainian technologies powering the world and driving the world. And there are solutions in smart homes, and there are solutions in storage, like UNESCO, which is powering Chinese mobility revolution. So my idea, and here I deeply indebted to Serhiy Shakalov for his words about optimism, bringing more optimism to technology sector of energy and technology entrepreneurship. We have been just back from Climate Launchpad, which is amazing contest for technology entrepreneurs. So the first time Ukraine debuted on this event. We're preparing a lot more, but let's be optimistic about getting Skype moment faster, because sometimes moving fast and breaking things is essential for optimism and unveiling new opportunities and actually saving the planet, which deserves that. So thank you, and if you need me, here's my contacts.
Roman, thank you. I'm really very lucky to be moderating such an interesting group of guys. Next, straight from Zug der Schweiz, Switzerland, Frank Niedendorf is representing the world's largest, what I call solar panel producer. So welcome.
First of all, congratulations, Roman. Excellent presentation. The industry needs more visionary, positive thinkers like you, for sure. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to get a chance to participate in this round of panelists. I'm personally impressed to see as well how Ukraine is starting to show interest in renewables and is becoming more and more professional every year. I will keep the presentation as short as possible. The overall topic is global trends in renewables. Just one quick slide about who is Jinko. Jinko is the biggest module manufacturer in the world, Chinese company, stock listed in the US. We finished last year 2.5 billion turnover. We have meanwhile 6.5 gigawatt of production capacity being shipped in the whole world with production sites in China, but not only in China, also Malaysia, South Africa, Portugal. And we are extremely happy about the development of the Ukraine market, believe it or not. We have experienced 12 extremely successful past months in Ukraine. If you had asked me in January this year what our target for Ukraine photovoltaic market is, I would have said, well, maybe 5 megawatt of sales. It's much, much more. We have reached almost 40% market share, which was really overwhelming. And we really hope this trend will go on in Ukraine because the potential is there. Let me talk a little bit about the trends that we see on a global level. And I prepared this slide to give you an idea about renewables in general and about the actual share of renewables globally in terms of energy generation or electricity generation. And you can see, of course, by far the biggest part of renewables is still coming from hydro, followed by wind and solar, still making up 1.2% of the total energy generation. This is based on 2015 figures. And in the lower chart, you can see also how significantly photovoltaics installation have increased over the years. This is also based on 2015 figures. Far over 200 gigawatts of photovoltaics has been installed all around the world. This trend is continuing. We see installations, annual installations of around about 60 gigawatts every year globally. Meanwhile, the biggest markets of the world are China with over 20 gigawatt, the US 10 gigawatt market, India has become a 10 gigawatt market, Japan is an 8 gigawatt market. But there is also new emerging markets growing and popping up like mushrooms all over Africa, Latin America, the Middle East is showing huge potential as well. So there is a momentum that cannot be stopped anymore. It's going on and on, we have to ask ourselves, what is the reason? What is the main drivers for that development? And it is certainly. Originally, it used to be, let's say, for immature markets, a subsidy-driven scheme. That's what we are still experiencing in Ukraine as well, being a relatively new market. There is a certain need for a feed-in tariff subsidy to make the industry more mature, to make it grow, to build economies of scale. And then, like, we can see in some more mature markets, there is a transition happening, a transition from a subsidy-driven, return IRR-oriented scheme to more of a energy cost saving model, and that's what we see in countries like France, like Germany, like the US, like UK as well. This transition is happening now, getting away and becoming independent from feed-in tariffs, from subsidies, and working more on a grid parity basis. And there, completely new ideas and challenges become important, like grid integration, self-consumption, storage solutions, which is a key topic. So different markets are in different stages, but what we can see in those more mature markets gives a lot of comfort as well, because this means that once solar technology and renewables in general become independent from any kind of subsidies and can be stored as well, there is really no reason anymore for conventional energy sources. Another key driver, of course, is costs as well. That's what you can see shown in this slide here. It shows you the PV module panel price development over the last years. And I have to admit, the figures shown here are even a bit conservative, considering what has happened the last couple of months on a global level with a significant oversupply of module capacity compared to the global demand. The price level has already reached a lower level than what is shown in this upper chart here. Pretty impressive cost reduction over the last couple of years, which is on the one hand thanks to technology development, but on the other hand, of course, economy of scale. It's pure economy of scale, and this trend is not over. It will go on like that. And of particular interest, that's the lower chart, there is the system cost as well, meaning turnkey photovoltaic system installation consisting of different components. I'm sorry, the writing is a bit small. We have meanwhile seen this year actually turnkey PV systems, bigger systems, 40, 50 megawatt, going as low as $710, that is in India, admittedly, but this gives an idea what the industry is capable of, and if you take such EPC price level as a basis, that explains you as well why we have recently seen, Roman has actually just mentioned it, why we have seen PPA prices off down to $0.03 in the Middle East. This is, I can tell you, this scares utilities to hell. This surprised utilities all around the world completely. Nobody would have expected this fast development. And the reaction actually, how fast the utilities all of a sudden change their business model, change their strategies, being it EDF, being it Enel, being British Gas, being it E.ON, RWE, whoever. It's amazing, because they know they will not survive for many more years if they don't quickly switch their business model. So they know, they understand they are forced now to quickly adjust to more decentralized electricity production and to make active use and significantly increase renewables in their product portfolio. And yeah, it should give all of us the comfort that this is just the start, and energy and a renewable energy revolution is actually happening as we speak. And I think we are still at the very, very beginning. Most likely the figures and the forecasts targets that we see in some media are completely underestimating the potential, because if you can produce wind or solar energy at $0.03 per kilowatt hour, there is no reason actually for conventional energy anymore, assuming that storage solution and storage technology, that's also one of the slides that Roman has shown, will quickly reduce the costs, allowing a more plannable electricity supply. That's it from my side. Happy to answer any questions at a later stage. Thank you very much.
Frank, so thank you so much. That was really interesting. I think we're going to move right along, and Sergey, you're up next. Could you bring your name card? That'd be great, yep. And Sergey is right here from Vinica, right? Good memory. Politically correct city. So, Kness Energy, I've been writing on your envelope.
Okay, thank you.
Добрый день, друзья.
Good afternoon, dear friends. You don't have our presentation. It's a pity we don't have the presentation, so I'll try to speak without the presentation. And I'll be brief, not to take too much time. A few words about us. NES company was previously known as Bodos Consulting. We've been working on the market of alternative energy and in distribution grids and traditional energy. Most of our efforts is paid to the development of solar energy, and we've had certain achievements and progress. Currently, we are observing global trends and trends in Ukraine. And we see that solar energy objectives is in the triangle technology, education, investment. And each of these points of this triangle requires development that makes objectives achievable. It goes without saying that technology gets better and better with every year. Roman made a great point of that. I will not dwell on that. It is more and more convenient and profitable to invest in renewables, and the reason is trivial. The alternative energy is the future, and coal, gas is so last day. So yesterday. So our task is to help this process to make it more efficient, and our task is to make sure Ukrainian is catching up. So what is our company doing to achieve the objectives? Well, it's a pity I cannot show you the slide about the objectives, or maybe we are going to get lucky.
Я хотел бы сказать по поводу целей 11%
11% of renewables in generation Ukraine, and I am sure, I'm convinced that this objective 11%, renewables at the level of 11%, is achievable. Nobody should doubt that, because this is not merely an objective. This is something that gives Ukraine the capacity to get to the future. So this slide shows the technology trends in renewables. There's quite active development of microgrid, energy cooperation, and the smart grid. So this trend allows for the small communities to provide and cover their own energy needs. So it's all simple, nothing you don't know. Investment trends, like we mentioned. Cost of equipment into alternative energy is reducing, technology is improving. And as far as I know, the efficiency of solar panels is around 46%. And there's no limit. It's all up to the technologies. Educational trends. Environmental startups are on the rise. Universities teach specialized subjects that explain what alternative energy is, because basically alternative energy is no longer alternative. So the name alternative is something from the past. It's something that we should be going to, that we should be moving to right now. Technology trends in Ukraine are no different from the global trends. The only thing is that this huge advantage. Ukrainian manufacturers started producing cutting-edge equipment for solar panels. So in the past, all the equipment was important, while now we have Ukrainian manufacturers. Well, you can see a picture of a nice man. And a lot of municipal authorities, oblast administrations are greatly interested in alternative energy, which is a great thing. Investment trends. Well, it's simple. Construction costs reducing, and Ukraine has good legislation. Well, yes, there's still some imperfections. But I have a request to our legislators. Please do not spoil something that's already up and running. Educational trends in Ukraine. We have Roman Zinchenko, his green incubator, development of environmental startups. That's a great cause. Educational trends, open platforms, and there are a lot of measures taken allowing all the groups of population to see how this thing could be used in practice rather than just being considered something trendy. So this is the slide that I wanted to be talking about. So this, what you see on the slide, it's not just possible, it is real. And my company and my friends, competitors, they all are crystal clear that it is real. This is an objective, and 11% of renewables by 2020. That's basically only 4 gigawatts. If you look at the current balance, 227 gigawatts in 2015. That's what we had in the world. So the objective is totally realistic. Ukraine became more attractive in terms of investment, so we rank 174. That's a great thing. Now, a few words about our company. This year, we will construct 75 megawatts of solar power plants. And next year, I'm convinced that we will build plants with a capacity of no less than 300. I believe that's not much. So the first step, 2020, is 11% of renewables, 4 gigawatts of renewable energy, and we are convinced that it is realistic. So we would like all the market players to see that this objective is realistic, that it is needed by the country, it is necessary. basically, it's all up to us. So on the slide, you can see the list of everything that needs to be done. Our company will launch educational programs with Vinnytsia University, applied energy studies. Well, the educational level of the technical specialist is not high in Ukraine, and we need to be abundantly clear that it is very important to train specialists in alternative energy. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm very sorry for the technical inconvenience that occurred, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Sergey.
Question I'd like to bounce off the panel, and afterwards, I think it'd be great if you just come up and talk to people you find interesting. We really heard a lot of interesting comments today. Roman talked about optimism, which I love. But two people, Jan and Tomas and Jan talked about, used the horrible word retroactive, which is scary for investors. It means you invest at a certain level and then they change the rules of the game on you. This leads to my simple question, which a member of the crowd asked me to ask. What are the obstacles to doing what you want to do in Ukraine? And I'd really like our Ukrainian colleagues to talk and our foreign visitors to talk. What are the real obstacles to implementing the alternative energy strategy and construction of solar farms, biomass, et cetera? And just where you are, just grab the mic and hold forth.
Yeah, thanks. Very important questions, and I also brought two questions up. It's not easily to be answered. One mentioned don't try to change the system which is already in place, and it's really about transparency. Don't change the system, it is working, just improve the system right now, and that is by going out and making statements. That's the best I can see from the government, that they mean it seriously. Also by extending the period of where they grandfathering the green tariff. If they can extend that, they are also showing a commitment and give confidence to the investors. And I think that's the best we can get from a government. A little bit more active and a little bit more reporting about their ideas and extending the cutoff date. That would be a good start.
Who else would like to talk about the concrete obstacles you see here in Ukraine? Andrei?
I would like to note a couple of points. First, of course, is from the financial side is the problems, and not problems, but high cost of capital, because it strictly is tied to the country risk, and it's quite difficult to attract the investments without like close relationships with some concrete person, physical person, shareholders for Ukrainian projects. For us, it's more easier because we've been here for a long time, but for the market, of course, it is difficult. At least 8.5% in euro, it's quite high interest rate. And when we use, for example, new equipment for CHP plants, we come up with 6 to 7 years payback period. And for Ukraine, it's very long period within that risks we have here now. Another point is a technical side, because when we have, you can think that you have a very good project, but you face the problems with the engineering support. And here such approach and initiatives like my colleague in the panel discussion from CNES has announced, it's a very positive move. So just a couple of examples. First, we thought to involve our partners to produce boilers within Ukraine. I mean high-pressure boilers. We spent some time, and we've found out that it's quite difficult because no investor is willing to risk to fund this process. Because to invent the boiler, you need to spend about 2, maybe 2.5 years. And first boiler will cost you 2 times more than the boiler which is being produced for 3rd or 4th time. So technical support is very important. But of course, there is a huge advantage for Ukraine because we still have a good base. Mainly in Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, a little bit in Kyiv, and government should support, should give different stimulations and exempt from taxes of that companies that are in Ukraine and that are trying to build and to provide efficient services. And the third point is infrastructure of the market. For example, if we are speaking about the raw material supply, it's quite difficult for companies and almost unknown to provide some guarantees for a long period of time and long period contracts for feedstock supply. So it's the question also of the infrastructure and maybe of some kind of stability. But I'm sure in a couple of years we will see better signals, better situation, and we need to work hard on this from all of us, from the side of all of us. Thank you.
One final comment by the panel on obstacles, Tomas.
So, as a lawyer, I cannot, I have to mention that I guess one of the main factors which will help Ukraine to achieve these very ambitious targets by 2020 is beyond any discussion a stable and predictable regulation, legal regulation. So I think this is the key point for Ukraine. This is the basis for attracting investments, for attracting financing for the projects. That was mentioned in a couple of different presentations as well, including the one made by the representative of EBRD. And I think that in that context, Ukraine should also learn on the mistakes that were made by the others, including a number of countries from the European Union, which, as we discussed, introduced retroactive legislation, which actually in some parts of Europe killed the renewable industry. So I don't know the exact details of the Ukrainian legislation and don't know how robust it is and to what extent it provides for the certainty for the investors. But I can tell you from the Polish perspective that this is the key question which is always asked by any investor entering a given market. And he wants to have a minimum certainty stemming from the legal provisions that at some point of time he will be simply not deprived of his investments in the country. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tomas. Why don't we just do one quick question? I like a question that has a question mark at the end that isn't a speech, something concrete and ideally related to Ukraine. So if there's someone out there who'd like to ask a question, just raise your hand, and I think we probably have yes, the young lady in white. I feel like I'm an auctioneer. So do we have any questions, or is everyone dying to go have lunch? Well, I don't see hands going up. In honor of our solar energy friends, today is a wonderful sunny day, the first in about 2 weeks. So I would like to hear a good round of applause for these gentlemen. And please feel free to come up and introduce yourself and ask your question on a 1-1 style. So we'll be here. Thanks.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. Very interesting. And I will share your PDFs with
Thank you very much, James, for your moderation. And colleagues, please be aware that the solar panel will be here in this conference room, and the wind energy will be in Zoloty Vorota room, right on this floor, just straight from the registration desk. Шановні пані та панове, нагадуємо, що в цьому залі о 2-й годині почнеться панель сонячної енергетики, а в залі Золоті Ворота на цьому ж поверсі, зліва від реєстраційної стойки, буде панель щодо вітрової енергетики України. Дякую.
Шановні учасники, я прошу займати місця.
Dear participants, please take your seats. We shall start panel discussion number 3 devoted to solar energy in Ukraine. Let me remind you that at the same time, panel discussion number 4 on wind energy is happening right now in Golden Gate room, which is further down the hall. Let me introduce the moderator of our discussion, Maxim Sisoyev, Senior Associate at Dantons. Thank you. Well, I'm a senior associate, not a senior partner, as the host said, but, you know, probably the partners should learn about that people talk about me being a senior partner. Thank you very much for coming here on to our discussion on solar energy. I'm very happy to see that all of the participants, members of the panel, are here because, well, we see some diversity here. We see representatives of the companies who did projects. We see representatives of those who provide EPC services, and we have a representative from one of the biggest financial institutions financing solar energy projects. And it's a good thing to have a representative of equipment supply. It's a very good thing to get a whole picture of what is going on in Ukraine. Recently, there's been development in renewables sector, and we see that solar energy specifically is on the rise, and the representatives of the regulator point to the fact that it's the solar energy that gets most requests for feed-in tariff. So my purpose is to see what made the development possible in this area specifically in renewables. We will focus on the issue of funding, how to get funds, how the companies secured funds, what things to do to secure some money. And of course, we will talk about the current state of affairs, the future, what prevents companies from moving forward, what needs to be changed. Of course, we will touch upon that. And I have hopes for some very active, robust discussion with the audience's participation. So I suggest each of the panel speakers take 5 or 6 minutes for their presentation each. And after that, we will have a discussion with the audience. So let's start. And the first speaker would be Mr. Oleksiy Orzhel, head of Ukrainian Association of Renewable Energy. He's also head of, well, he will tell about himself probably more, head of legislation development on energy at BRDO. He represents Ukrainian Association of Renewable Energy, and it unites around 40 members, the companies who already implemented the projects. And we will be very grateful if Oleksiy could share information about the trends currently existing, the limitations and figures about the market. Thank you, Maxim. It's a great pleasure to be here today and to have this opportunity to tell you about our progress report, where we are heading, what our results are, achievements and shortcomings. On my way here, and I should be honest with you, I came from the meeting with members of the parliament, not from the relevant fuel and coal committee, fuel and energy committee, but these are MPs who care about the issue, and we reached an agreement that it's a reality. We cannot go without renewables. That's a global trend, and building renewable energy becomes cheaper than traditional energy building, especially if you consider that technologies are developing. Specifically, solar energy is one of the leading areas of renewable energy that has significant influence in the world, and there's a decrease of a number of solar energy plant per unit. And considering the externalities that traditional energy provides, looking into infrastructure challenges that we all have to tackle to build two nuclear blocks. In the view of all the above mentioned, the MPs and decision makers understand that we have to opt for renewables as a priority direction, and our program documents listed as a priority. And we, as association, as representatives of business, are doing our best to make renewables part of a very important document that is being drafted currently with participants of the Ministry of Energy. Specifically, I'm referring to energy strategy covering the period till 2050. And we see that if we look at the strategy 2020 in the view of events in the east of the country and our inadequate neighbor, we realize that the significance of renewables for Ukraine has changed, and it has to be represented at a way higher level. I would also like to say that alternative and renewable energy is very relevant and topical, and the committee hearing raised this issue, and on Friday the issue of renewables will be discussed in the view of the market model. And I would like to say that we've already arranged and structured the discussion with decision makers, and it's a great thing that they are supportive of this development, and this is already a reality, this development of renewables. And if you compare it what we used to be, many people would say, what is internet? No, many people couldn't actually figure out what that was, and now nobody can imagine your life without internet. So I believe the same story will happen with renewables. So now let's move to the information on the presentation. I would like to show you the most recent numbers. The slide shows the program documents that were adopted by Ukraine in an effort to restore renewable energy. What's important, almost all the documents set renewables as the factor that has to be developed. And this factor agrees well with decision makers and policy makers. So let's look at the numbers from Renewable Energy Action Plan, and we see in the table that 11% is the level that Ukraine has to achieve by 2020, 11% of renewables. And if we look at the bar chart over there, the red is for current state of affairs, and the red is for what we are supposed to achieve by 2020. So a lot has to be done. And it should be said that in 2014, we had crisis for renewables. We had issue with the tariffs, and the tariffs were lowered. So this was something that raised doubts amongst investors whether it was worth investing in it. And after the decisions about compensating the expenditures, and after stabilization of certain situation in energy sector, we have some development. We've had some good trends and good development pace going till 2014, and unbalanced decisions that were made in the heat of the situation that we all understand. It was an emergency, and it took making decisions, but at the same time, these decisions influence the investors' decision. And 2015 was lost as a result of that. And in the view of that, our association and market players took part in drafting the so-called 2010D draft law, which became the factor stabilizing the market, that made the tariff level feasible and reasonable. And 2016, we may say that this is a success year because there's progress, new facilities launched, and looking at solar energy, hopefully we'll get progress by the end of 2016, and the feed-in tariff will be 15% next year. So we can be hopeful that 100 megawatts of new capabilities will be introduced. So you can see new facilities as of October 1st, and we already have 42 megawatts as of October 1st. Well, talking about key problems that we face, this is instability in the legislation. 4493, the draft law, as good as it is, it needs to be adopted, because the adoption of this draft law would be a factor of stabilization. Well, there are some issues about it, liability and non-balance and so on. So we have our opinion on that, and it was expressed and shared with the working groups. And on Friday, we will be discussing some further aspects. Speaking about practical implementation of the projects, unfortunately, I should say that we have some important but minor problems. These could have been tackled, but still they pertain. Well, once again, because of instability in legislation, specifically law number 663. We know that Enerhorinok, the enterprise, as of July 1st, it has to turn into the guaranteed buyer that will be buying renewable energy. We addressed the Prime Minister and reached out. This situation prevents us from signing contracts, and Enerhorinok enterprise refusing to sign a PPA till 2030. And this is the factor that is important in the funding. And these projects, these contracts require agreement. Thank you. These are some very important issues. Maybe during the discussion we could talk about it. Thank you very much, Alexei. Comprehensive presentation, overview of what is happening in the market, and therefore I believe it makes sense to give floor to representative of Rentech, the company. Mr. Yevgeny Ladnich, Chief Executive Officer at Rentechno. Well, it's really relevant to give floor to him because he wants to suggest his opinions on solar energy market development. And we would like to hear about future trends. And he knows the matter very well because starting from 2009, the company has been working on many projects, including EPC, so I believe Yevgeny's opinion would be very important for the discussion. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Indeed, the Rentechno company is as old as the grid tariff, feed-in tariff, and solar energy in Ukraine. We were launched in 2009 when the first grid-in tariff was introduced. And we were witnesses and participation of all the events that unraveled with Ukrainian solar energy, all those ups and downs of it. The key point that I would like to make, well, you know, I remember the times when feed-in tariff was 46 euro cents and then 34 euro cents later, and well, there was a local element to it. And I remember those times. But to be honest, regardless of the fact that the feed-in tariff will be 15 euro cents starting next year, I should say that Rentechno feels kind of more comfortable than back then. There are a lot of factors to explain that. And nowadays, the solar energy market, if not mature, it's about to become mature. What I mean is not the number of the projects or megawatts installed. I mean the understanding by the market players, the legislators, of the issues and where we heading and why we are heading there. Why could I be regarded as an optimist as far as solar energy in Ukraine is concerned? Well, first and foremost, I believe that legislation is clear and transparent, and that finally, well, as I see it, legislators realize and understand where we are heading. And secondly, what's important, there's another significant factor. Ukrainian banks and state-owned banks are funding this project, and the rate is quite fine, and there's a currency funding, and there have been projects implemented funded by Ukrainian and state-run banks. Of course, that gives more confidence in the development. Of course, there are a lot of issues, well, that Alexei brought up specifically. We have a very complicated procedure of land alienation, and there are issues with regards to construction, well, drafting project documentation. This is what I imply here. But in general, I believe that we are heading the right way, and solar energy in Ukraine will be developing. And my hopes are that this will not be something like a boom. I believe that this will be sustainable growth, steady, clear income. So these were my ideas about the market, and I would like to take a few minutes now to show you some slides. Let me inform you about the investment opportunities that Rentechno is ready to offer. starting next year, we plan to support on a steady basis of shovel-ready PV projects. That would be hopefully around 40-50 megawatts, covering southern regions of Ukraine. Well, as you can see, it's Kherson and Mykolaiv regions. And all of these projects with standard capex will give 1,300 plus kilowatt per hour. And we will be using and adapting technology in Ukraine that would give us 10 or 15% plus to NL power generation if you increase 5 to 7% of capex. And we plan to launch an interesting service, a solar investment hub. The idea is very straightforward. We want to bring together middle-sized and small investors who are ready to invest dozens and hundreds of thousands, but not the millions. We would like to provide them with a tool with help of which these investors could join each other and fund commercial projects more than 1 megawatt. Another interesting initiative that we will be launching next year, Urban Solar Initiative, BIPV and BAPV projects specifically. Rentechno historically has been working with agricultural clients, but we would like to be working more with the cities. And honestly speaking, there are not so many cities with solar power plants. So we would like to use this initiative to become part of those efforts and development. Thank you very much. That was very comprehensive. Thank you very much for your optimism. I believe that all of the panelists are optimism. They are green energy supporters, and I believe, well, we met with Yevgeny in 2009, 2010, and Oleksiy was working on those issues way back then. The next speaker is no exception. Narek from Ranger Development Company. Ranger Development was founded in 2009, so the company believed in the feed-in tariff. They started believing that the legislation will be there, and they are one of the leaders in solar energy, and around 50 megawatts of capabilities are in operation, so that's quite a lot. 6 solar power plants and 3 projects were implemented jointly with your EBRD, so that's something very impressive for Ukrainian market. Could you please share with the audience what was your success story? What good things did you do to succeed, and what made it possible for you to have all those projects? Thank you very much, Maxim. Well, as far as I can tell, I can be speaking Russian based on the number of the headphones in the audience. Well, I intended to make my presentation in English, but I see that most of the people can understand Russian. Well, first of all, I would like to thank for this opportunity to speak, and I believe next year Maria Barabash should change the name of the forum, not Alternative Energy Forum, but Renewable Energy Forum. And You know, I've been fighting hard to replace the world alternative with renewable, and we are the founding members of Association of Renewable Energy, and we agree with Serhiy here that it's not alternative energy, it's renewable energy, and it becomes it becomes more and more traditional. Indeed, we founded the company in 2009, and I thought we were forced, but I see this company, Rontechno, as old as we are. So we started working on renewable energy development, and initially we planned to invest capital in various segments of renewables. We started with wind energy, but starting 2010, we started believing in solar a lot, and our company operates in 3 countries: Ukraine, Armenia, and Kazakhstan. And in Ukraine, we are specifically solar. We are building solar power plants, and first 2 plants were built 2012, so we were developing the area since 2010, and one of the installation was financed by EBRD, and many on the market know about that, so let's not dwell on the details. However, I would like to say that were it not for the bank who believed in solar energy and supported developers and investors, I believe there would have not been the boost of the recent years. In 2013, we were actively constructing. 2014, 2015, due to obvious reasons, we were problematic. But after the amendments of the legislation in 2015, well, I turned to be an optimist. Well, I have always been an optimist. But the active investment was restored. Well, the point I would like to make, well, if you look at various panels, in each of the panels we have a partner. It's either the bank, Ukreksimbank, or suppliers of the panels, or constructors, and so on. We need to be optimists about the future. Well, because we cover more time in our planning, we invest our capital, and we are planning for that payback period, and we are working and keeping these plants as our assets. So we do the planning for 7 years, and considering that the warranty is 25 years, I believe in 20 years the companies that sold us the panels will still continue existing, and we will be able to reach out to them. So yes, so we will see that. But we do the planning for 25 years. We had various suggestions to extend the PPA. Well, I believe that by 2025 there will be no need to have the feed-in tariff. I have hopes that by this time Ukraine will have parity, and everybody will be building solar energy plants or other types of energy, and hopefully this will compete with, well, by that time probably former types of traditional energy. Pros and cons. Well, I believe we'll be discussing those during Q&A, but let me say this. The key challenges that we are facing, our company is vertically integrated, so we are running our development, and we are attracting funds to building operations. So the key challenges are with grid connection and development, because there have been 6 legislative areas that we worked with. So there were changes about feed-in tariff in 2013, then the local element, but still we constructed the panel station. Then there were amendments in 2015, the decrease in the feed-in tariff. So, but we'll still proceed with constructing. So we are attracting funds from whatever we can. Ukreksimbank, EBRD provided some funds. We actively attempting to engage IFC. So we talked to bank representative, and hopefully they will be funding us. And I'm sorry. Probably there are 2 or 3 key problems with the legislation. First, PPA. So the time period for the PPA, it's way too short. So you cannot bank it with such period, but still we are constructing. Another issue is the land issue. So it's not clear who's responsible for drafting, citing the document cadastre or whatever. And another issue is the grid, Obel and Enerho organizations. In the past, there were a lot of conditions with no limited time period. And, we have been building facilities, and when we approach a specific region, so we see that there's a plot, we evaluate the capacities of the grid, and there are technical conditions on the grid that make it impossible to build new facilities. So I have a suggestion for the legislators that have to do with infrastructure, grid infrastructure. Give the sort of grace period to implement the project, so 2 years. So if 2 years is not enough to do the project, then give it to somebody else. Thank you. I believe that as far as connecting to the grid and regulatory issue, this is something that we will be coming back to. I enjoyed Narek's presentation because he is urging other participants to get engaged in the discussion, EBRD or Exim Bank. I believe we will be touching upon those issues. And I would like to introduce Helena Skripnik from Helios Strategia. The company has existed for a long time. My information says that it's since 2008, so that's even earlier. So they also are an optimist of green energy market. And since their company is working on project not only in Ukraine, I would like to hear about your experience. And since you are working with EPC, I would like to hear which regulatory technical specifications be taken into consideration by the companies to attract investment and implement the project successfully. Good afternoon. We would like to share our experience and the challenges that we usually face during implementation of the project. The previous speaker did a great job explaining that there are a lot of issues as far as connecting to the grid is connected. So if the tax administration fines us for something, we can go to court and this fine would be revoked. And connecting to the grid are not regulated in Ukraine clearly. So Obel Enerho utilities company can set their terms, and therefore choosing an investment project, it is important to be mindful of the cost of connecting to the grid and the conditions, the requirements, because the regulation does not cover that, and sometimes the cost excesses the cost of the project. It is very important to be clear about the period of these conditions of validity, and sometimes people say that I got this conditions till 2020 and I want to do the building according to that. Well, there's a term period, 2 years, and Obel Enerho can either expand these technical conditions or not. So often, say in 2010, there was the opportunity to connect to the grid, and now there's not. So you have to be very careful about who will be consuming the energy. Another point, land plots. We know that we used to have 25% tax privilege, so discount from the lease, and now this discount was stripped away, and it's up to the discretion of the local councils, oblast administration, or an entity that gives the land for lease. And what we see is they've received directives saying that the lease should not be lower than 7%. So what are projects? So this happens. Projects are not as attractive as they used to be. So on one hand, there is this threshold, 3% lowest lease pay, but there are recommendations, letters that sometimes are more important than the law. On the other hand, so when you look at the land plot that you are intending to acquire, you need to be mindful about the rate with the lease pay, something that you will have to pay to the budget. Well, from where we are, we can say that these are two key issues connecting to the grid and proper estimation of the land plots lease. Thank you. Well, today we started by saying that we do have legislation, but there are some nuances there, and the companies and panelists are working on amending and improving this legislation. However, there are regulatory problems that have to be taken into consideration to attract investments. It is important to decide how to attract investments. And therefore, the next speaker will join us online.
Will talk with us from California, as I understand. I hope everything's good there, and he keeps working on getting financing to implement projects in Ukraine. As a brief introduction, Mr. Sean Lee is a director of GAS Ukraine. He has experience more than 30 years in mechanical industry and more than 16 years in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and similar projects around the world. In Ukraine, GAS is an energy service company, and it offers solutions in the field of green tariff and energy efficiency for solar and industry and bioenergy. In 2016, GAS became an official authorized distributor of Capstone and authorized reseller of Canadian solar for Ukraine. So, Sean, I hope you can hear us. Floor is yours, and please tell us a bit about financing issues, your vision, how it's possible to attract financing for projects in Ukraine, and your personal experience. Please go ahead.
Well, good morning, everybody. I think everything that was said today has been said in repeated conferences, previously. I'm going to say that based on my information that the people in the audience are almost the same people that have been in every other conference. And I, as everybody know, like to talk with honesty and not with fantasy. Currently, thank you for having me. At this time, I'm in Florida, negotiating with more equity financing and more debt financing for projects. Our current status on projects is we have 6 projects that are going from term sheets into funding for a total of 63 megawatts of solar projects this year. Then at the same time too, we did now have approval for our Radamushel facility for manufacturing and design and manufacturing of projects and solar in Ukraine. Right now, we are working on a lot of SME or smaller projects in mezzanine type financing. Additionally, we have now 4 100 megawatt projects that I'll be back in Washington, D.C. on the 21st and 22nd, and we'll be processing those 4 projects through. So we're expecting to hit and truly hit 500 megawatts or more for 2017. How are we doing that? Well, obviously we know, I've heard from the last few conferences that people are starting to copy our guesses ideas on insurance and using insurance to finance the projects. The problem we have in Ukraine is that people are not using mezzanine financing. They don't understand it, it's too complicated for them, and this is going to be either positive for Ukraine if we can start using these kinds of financing, or it's going to be a negative for Ukraine and the solar projects are going to slow down, or they're going to at least slow down with our competitors. Really, reality is I've talked to the director of the Energy Efficiency Agency. Matter of fact, I wrote an email this morning whereby guests would be happy to cooperate in helping to train mezzanine financing structures to people. I know I've spent time, including the company with Helios Strategy, spent 10 hours in our office trying to explain how to do mezzanine financing. Mezzanine financing is what makes the United States so successful in solar financing. Currently, I'm in Florida right now, working with Seminole Indians on mezzanine financing structures for solar projects at the Hard Rock Casino and Hotel. We're doing solar projects in North Carolina and South Carolina, as well as cogeneration. Solar projects in the United States are financed in a lot of cases whereby the investor will own 99.9% of the project for the first 5 to 6 years. And the actual developer will only own 0.001% of the project for the first 5 years. Then after the 5-year period, those positions will switch, and the solar developer will actually own the 99.9%, and 0.001% will be owned by the original investor. These are what is making foreign solar, foreign renewable projects grow much, much faster than Ukraine. Ukraine is arguably has somewhere between 1 and 1.5 gigawatts of solar installed, but it's not growing at any additional speed because it's only using either straight equity financing or very old or very common basic, 30% equity and 70% debt. But there's only a handful of finance entities that will conduct that in Ukraine with any reasonable interest rate. I know for sure, 100%, that I was at OPIC, OPIC, or Overseas Private Investment Corporation. They have not financed, and GES's projects in Ukraine will be the first projects invested by OPIC in Ukraine going forward. So this is an absolute case. This is an option that is available to American companies or partnerships or relationships whereby the American entity has at least 20% or a real value in the project. So these are things that we need to do. We need to change what we're doing. You need to change how things are being financed in Ukraine. If we don't change how things are financed in Ukraine, you're going to be slowly moving along. Whether you are the developer, whether you're the investor, whether you're the country, you have to change what you're doing. And the reluctancy for a lot of people in the room that I'm speaking to, who know me well, who met with me numerous times, the absolute situation that needs to be understood is we have to change how we're doing things. And we need to work together to see that change. I see a lot of people in the room, or I see 10 people in the room that all want to do everything their own way. They don't want to change. They don't want to change how they're doing things. They don't want to cooperate. They don't want a partnership, and they don't want to spend any money. Well, I have news for you. To secure OPIC financing takes about $50,000 in packaging costs. It takes another $45,000 to go to OPIC and finalize the paperwork. Yes, it costs you, let's say, $100,000. but you're getting $15 million worth of financing. You're getting excellent interest rates. You're getting a good finance structure. You're having very good insurance on the project, but it takes time and money and the correct approach to get there. This is what I have repeated and said, over and over again. Now, really, reality is we're creating structures whereby as low as 5% equity can get the project done. So these are things that are not possible in Ukraine, but they take upfront time and money to input. And, it's down to, if you want OPIC or GES or anybody else to invest into projects, you're going to have to invest yourself. And if you won't invest yourself, no investor is going to want to participate. There's reasons that OPIC and different equity investors around the world, they want to make sure that the investors are putting in money. Another problem that GES has had in Ukraine is you have to tell us truthfully what's going on. Dealing with clients that are not truthful, hiding certain portions of the projects, that's not to the benefit of the client. It doesn't make any sense. You need to explain fully what the situation is. Are there sanctioned entities in the deal? Is there, money that's owed to other people? GES has a complete legal department just to deal with these issues. We get into numerous projects and we want to get them financed, but then once we move forward to structure the deals and we're halfway through it, then we're dealing with sanctioned entities. We all know that Active Solar, for example, has done a lot of projects going forward in Ukraine, and a lot of those projects are still out there. But the end result is correctly and legally, we cannot be doing those projects if Active Solar is involved in the project. Active Solar needs to be and must be removed from the project so the projects are clean and the projects can be funded. Also, too, we need the correct structures, the correct SPVs. Everything has to be correct. This is not the Wild West anymore. This is the Wild West being cleaned up. This is the American cavalry coming to the Wild West and stopping the Indians and the cowboys from fighting. We're here to produce projects. We're here to work together. And to that end, the current state of GES is we have our factory ready to go. And at the same time, too, we are working on rental and leasing structures for rooftop and car awnings from 200 kW all the way to 2 megawatt. So I believe people have seen the presentation on our new facility in Radomushel. You can see it on my screen. This financing was approved, and now it's going to a funding state whereby we can move forward with this project constructing in 2017 to manufacture solar panels, have code generation, and have a facility whereby we can show clients, partners, government organizations how to do solar correctly, in Ukraine, outside Ukraine. GES currently has several projects, including a 100 megawatt project in India, projects now going in Moldova, looking at Kazakhstan. So my end message to you, to Maxime, and to everybody else in the panel and in the audience, let's work together. To solve the problems of Ukraine, we're going to have to work together. Independently, no one entity in the panel and no one entity in the audience can do it by themselves. The people in the audience, the people in the panel need to alter the way that they're doing things more towards more successful foreign processes on how to do it. 100% ownership does not necessarily need to be 100% in profit sharing. 50% of ownership doesn't necessarily mean that you get 50% of profit. You can own 50% and get 75% of the profit sharing. These are the things that have to be done different. And my last suggestion, as I suggested to Sergei Savchuk and to Konstantin this morning of the Energy Efficiency Agency, we need to hold workshops that teach Ukrainians on how to do mezzanine financing, because straight bank financing will only go so far in Ukraine. And please, if you have any questions, I appreciate any questions to either myself or to any of my colleagues in the audience. And I apologize for giving you a straightforward but realistic evaluation of what's going on in Ukraine. Everybody knows what I'm saying is absolutely 100% true. This is what we need to do. This is what we need to change. Let's all change Ukraine together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for a positive message. Let's change Ukraine. I think it's a good message even for solar. Thank you for sharing this. And I think we will be available for discussion afterwards. Like, we will allow others to make some presentations, and then in 10 minutes. Will you be online, Sean?
Yeah, I've been online the whole time listening.
Okay,
I can hear you.
Great. So you will join our further discussion. Now I want перейду на українську мову і
I will switch to Ukrainian, and I would like to give the floor to someone who represents something more customary to Ukraine. As far as funding is concerned, funding provided by Ukreksimbank. I'm very grateful to have Serhiy Kudyash from Ukreksimbank here with us, sharing his experience working in the renewable energy project. Serhiy is head of International Financial Institutions Programs Department, and for more than 10 years he has been working in the area of energy efficiency, renewables, and his department covers other areas as well. And I'll be very grateful if you could share your successful experience. Well, Narek has already mentioned that they got funds through your bank. So what was your experience? And what requirements do you make to the companies who want to get the funds, so how fast the funds go, and so on? So key points. Thank you. Indeed, that is true. Starting in 2007, Ukreksimbank has actively been working providing funding to energy efficiency projects, and later renewables were introduced to our list of activities. More than $50 million are engaged in long-term loans from our partners, World Bank, EBRD, European Investment Bank, and Global Fund of Climate Partnership, and other good partners of ours who made it possible to engage long-term financing in renewables specifically. And over $800 million worth of projects were funds, once again, industrial energy efficiency, upgrading the capabilities, and renewables. As far as renewables are concerned, solar energy is the leader there, of course. And after the dynamics in feed-in tariff, we became believers. And we saw that denomination into euros is a tool for hedging currency risks. Around $80 million were allocated to renewable energy. It's $30 million for various biomass projects, and also for hydro. So solar energy is the leader here in this area. So Hydro is our partner that we have been working with on the new projects. And there are projects that have already been financed. So the conditions that Ukreksimbank offers, we are a bank that works in a general environment under Ukrainian regulator. We do not have mezzanine financing, mezzanine funding, but we know the needs of the client. And we can make the long-term lending better than many other things in Ukraine. So the first funding phase always includes international institutions. So the international institutions come and look at the clients, recipients. So we assist in partners in the initial stage, and then the partnership is developing and growing. Same as with Ranger development. Our portfolio is growing constantly. We have standardized loan product aimed at incentivizing energy efficiency and renewables, and standardization means that basically any branch on Ukrainian territory can sell this project to the client because the client needs the best. The bank is doing a lot in developing financial sector. We are working in energy efficiency projects, not only by loaning directly, but engaging other Ukrainian commercial banks. And we are building this capacity domestically. So we are optimistic about the renewable energy. And we believe that in time we will not need a feed-in tariff. The experience of our neighbors, Georgia, for example, show that they do not have feed-in tariff, but their business history is quite impressive. So they built hydropower plants. Thank you. I'd be happy to take your questions.
But this company has been already introduced today. It's Jinko Solar. Most main information was already provided in presentation, which was delivered earlier this day. I want to introduce Maria Merzdanova. She is a sales manager for Eastern Europe and Scandinavia of Jinko Solar. Yes, Jinko Solar, everyone knows, is one of the largest producer of solar panels and other equipment related to solar energy. They have a lot of facilities around the world, more than 15,000 employees, produce more than 6.5 gigawatt of solar modules. And what is the most important probably for Ukraine, they've already supplied over 200 megawatts of solar panels to Ukraine and 70 megawatts within last year. So you, Maria, your presentation, your speech is the last one, so I assume you will summarize and provide your vision as a supplier, which is not maybe that in the market as Ranger development, but you see the market outside, you see the trends, you see how it develops, you can compare with other countries. So what's your vision? What are the current investment opportunities and challenges that foreign investors face in Ukraine, or maybe Ukrainian investors face, and how the conditions could be improved if necessary, or everything's fine? So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. First of all, I would like to say it wasn't boring the last 12 months. We were quite busy with our partners in Ukraine. The first time I was here was 5 years ago. So it was totally different atmosphere. We were talking local content implementation back then. It was a different situation. The last 12 months, thanks to our partners, we managed to surprise, I think, even my management, because as Frank previously said, nobody expected what happened the last 12 months. We've successfully shipped to Ukraine around 70 megawatts within this year, most of which is already here. There were a lot of challenges along the way, and I think these were the challenges that our partners had to face. First of all, documentation-wise, it kept changing, so we had to really adapt to all the requirements when it comes to contract requirements, the content. We have a special contract for Ukraine, which we've never used anywhere else in the world, but I think it was worth it. Then the second phase was the finance, which is really the biggest challenge, and everybody already mentioned this throughout the first two panels. This is one of the key, let's say, the bottleneck for projects really coming alive in Ukraine. And the last one is custom clearance. I don't know how you do it, but really the amount of paperwork you provide is really crazy. It was really difficult to convince our legal department why we need to provide a stamped and signed quotation when there's a contract to custom clear. Like there's these bureaucratic requirements which are making the life of all of you really difficult. So I congratulate each of you for what you've done so far. Other than this, for foreign investors, the biggest limitation is for an investment to come into the country is size. They will not invest money in anything lower than 20, 30 megawatts of solar, because this is, they need to invest a large amount of resources for people to come to the country, do the due diligence, and plus the bureaucracy. This is really one of the key factors for investment not really being in Ukraine yet. This is mainly, I think, most of the, I covered most of the topics, and the rest was covered before.
Quick question, as Narek raised this issue, will your company exist in 25 years? Because he counts on, on that your company and other companies, because actually this issue has not been that raised in Ukraine, but it's also a question of quality, question of guarantees for supplies of solar panels in Ukraine. Like, can you briefly say, like, what, for instance, your company provides, what kind of guarantees, what Ukrainian companies can rely on while entering into contract with your company or similar contracts?
Generally speaking, in terms of the financial situation of Jinko, we are sure that we are one of the healthiest manufacturers financially in the world currently. Yes, we've seen big companies just disappear for the last 5 years, a lot of them. But we're very confident that we will be around, at least for the coming 20 years, I don't know. This is something nobody knows.
Not 25.
Actually,
write it down. Narek is writing down. 20 years guaranteed.
Our warranty is actually up to 25 years power output warranty, which is backed up by warranty insurance by a third party. So the Jinko warranty is practically insured. So if Jinko is not there, the investors still are covered in terms of the warranty, the power output, at least the performance of their installation, which is, I think, the key point for everybody.
Okay, Maria, thank you very much. Let's give a hand. So thank you everyone for their brief presentation, speeches, etc. Of course, we see that the headline of this discussion, in my opinion, is issue of financing. Yeah. So maybe some of you mentioned that some ideas regarding financing investments, how to improve it. But for me, it would be interesting to hear from everyone what should be done, like, let's say 3 things specifically to, in fact, increase opportunities for investment in Ukraine and increase the opportunities for attraction of financing in general. What, like 2, 3 specific things? Maybe one thing. Narek, maybe you can share.
Yes, Maxim, thanks. Well, one thing which was not mentioned, I think, is very important. It's the currency regulation. I think currency regulation kills some of the projects. It used to be $500,000 per contract for buying currency to pay to a supplier. Now it's 1 million. If we are talking about a 20 megawatt project for foreign investors to come in, it's about, I don't know, just below 20 million investment size, maybe about 10 million in purchase contract. So in order to do that, you actually have to either have 10 contracts from 10 different companies to go under this 1 million ceiling, or you have to have a letter of credit from an A-rated foreign agency for the National Bank of Ukraine to actually approve your payment and purchase of the currency. So I think that makes it more expensive on the one side, and that makes it longer on the other side to realize projects. I think that actually is much easier to change and to amend than some other more, I would say, fundamental things such as land legislation or green tariff legislation. Second thing I think would be specifically project finance. We are very
We are very happy that Ukr-Exim Bank is very optimistic about the market, and we are very happy to see Ukrgazbank and Oshad Bank here. There are commercial banks looking into that, but none of the banks, unfortunately, is provided project finance. Mostly this is finance after the building of facility, something that could be, well, the security is possible, the pledge with the PPA and so on, and this could be pledged to get financing, or you can get financing during the stage of construction. It is possible, but it's not the now recourse. It is something that requires assurance from third parties or receive other pledges that, according to the regulations, are required by the banks, according to National Bank of Ukraine regulations. So let's not dwell on banking legislation, but this is the point about simplifying mainstreaming access to funding of these projects. Well, whereas the issues about attracting finance, nobody mentioned that we have limitations with regards to dividends and capital outflow of Ukraine. Well, I was surprised, but one brief comment on that. That's a vicious circle. So since 2012, we've been investing. The law was amended, and we cannot pay the shareholders. And basically, what we have to do, we have to reinvest. So that is good for the branch, but we are building more and more facilities. But you know, we would like to know when this period will be over, when we will see that we are making money, not only investing. Okay, so the key driver of green energy in Ukraine is the National Bank of Ukraine. Were it not for National Bank of Ukraine, nothing would be happening. Alexei, you're a specialist on regulatory policy. We need to hear 3 points. Something that is required for change. As far as finance is concerned, I will tell you about the dialogue. We are in the stage of reforming the market, and we all have been saying that major players like Energoatom and Ukrhydro get increase in their tariffs because they will be selling electricity in the conditions of marginal demand or marginal price. And Energoatom intend to attract financing to build 2 nuclear blocks. And we talked to members of the parliament, and we said that we do not need these 2 nuclear blocks. The money should be accumulated by the state, and we need to launch the fund that would not merely be able to subsidize, because subsidizing is a disadvantage and doesn't bring many successful stories. of subsidizing the construction of free grids. The point was to make the capital cheaper in Ukraine or funding directly. You mean energy efficiency fund? This concept? Well, energy efficiency fund. Well, donors are important there, and we have our own resources in Ukraine that can be replenished to develop renewables, and this could be an incentive to develop infrastructure when infrastructure is lagging behind. So coming back to the issue of connecting to the grid, how come connecting to the grid sometimes is more expensive than the entire project? Well, this is something that as citizen of Ukraine, I can say that I do not need 2 new nuclear blocks. We need to make our market competitive, and due to renewables, the prices are falling because in Europe, and instead of this nuclear construction, we should be developing other areas. Elena, your opinion as representative of EPC? Well, we often face issues of funding, so where our client received money from the bank. There are a lot of banks getting funding, those from banks who have EBRD resources, those who don't. Well, it's not an issue. It's not about legislation. The key point is Ukraine's ranking, international ranking. We are working in other countries, and it's a pity that Senegal's project are considered eagerly, but Ukrainian projects are regarded like, oh no, you have war going there, no thank you. So the most important point for investors is seizing this conflict. So we well, for example, we wanted to get equipment from Chinese manufacturers, and they told us that Ukraine ranks lowest in the international rankings, not because we're so bad, but because of the conflict. And, you know, we managed to secure some funds, which is a good thing in itself. So this is the important factor, because other factors, well, the legislation is okay. Well, of course, we wanted to get PPA before construction, but that's something minor. You mean long-term PPA? Yes, long-term PPA, but I believe all the rest is okay. Alexei, just 10 seconds of comments. As far as draft law in 4493, the market on energy market, it provisions that PPA will be signed before the construction and cover the period till 2030. That was a suggestion in the second reading. So you see, the change is happening, well, specifically thanks to market players. Alexei and EBRD is involved. There's, I believe, Ukr-Eximbank will be interested to see those amendments. Maria.
It should be changed. You mentioned something like currency regulation, maybe 2 or 3 other points, like key points.
Yeah, I missed the currency, the international currency transactions. This was one of the biggest challenges that our investors actually faced the last year. We had to sign mutual contracts, like 3, 4, 5 contracts with one customer to be able to fit within the limitation. I really don't think this will really make, if this is removed, it will make the life of everybody much easier, even the bank. I think reviewing 5 contracts is very time consuming. So I know it was increased to $1 million, but this is still not enough for larger investments. So this is one of the key, let's say, obstacles which the investors face, especially for larger investments. And the other one is custom clearance regulations, because this keeps changing every other month.
Quick question, you as, again, like company working worldwide, you can compare conditions for doing business in different countries. Next year, reduction of feed-in tariff by €1. Can it affect or it will not affect investment opportunities and potential of Ukraine?
Actually, the feed-in tariff in Ukraine, we were commenting this yesterday and today, is one of the highest in Europe. So that's, I don't think this is the obstacle. The major setback is, again, securing the finance and the country risk.
So it will not prevent from attraction of investment, so it's not a barrier, actually?
No, this is not a barrier. Mainly the political situation of Ukraine is one of the major setbacks for foreign investors. And convincing them, because actually we did have this discussion with some of the investors, to invest in Ukraine, the first feedback we get, is this feed-in tariff sustainable? Can the government really pay it? So this is really I think the biggest obstacle for foreign investors to step in the market. It's not the feed-in tariff for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you as a pioneer in this era and as an optimist, well, most of the hurdles were mentioned. Well, probably it's hard to add something new. Land issues, probably. Well, there are a lot of issues. When we are working with the projects, we face land issues. And now the procedure is that you have to arrange town building documents, then on land plots and so on. These are not global obstacles, as were mentioned previously, some serious obstacles, but that actually takes time to get a land plot to build a solar power plant. Well, since you mentioned land issues, Verkhovna Rada voted for a draft law in the first reading. According to this draft reading, the facilities of the third category and most of the solar facilities are referred to as the second category of complexity. So if this draft law is adopted, I believe 4731, then instead of declarative opportunities, there will be some permissions and licensing will be required for building third category facilities. Will that make projects more complicated or easier if this draft law is adopted? Well, it will make it more complicated. So that was the point that I was about to share. I know about this draft law. Well, we hope that it will not be adopted. And secondly, if it is, then we will have to move solar stations to category 1. Well, it's no complicated, and recently we had inspection from GASCO, and they looked at everything. Their findings were positive, and in the private conversation with the inspectors, I heard from him, well, there's nothing complicated. This is not a stadium or, well, maybe could give this technical passport like the cottage houses have. Well, probably I would give a separate category to it. Well, still keeping it within construction. I'm no lawyer, but there should be clear distinctions between building a multi-storied building and a solar power station. Well, these are obvious. So this is how we work on the processes. So we went for category 3, but well, because of the capital considerations, but if you're talking about complexion and so on, that's category 1, so maybe some passport for the facility and so on. So That's going to be an obstacle that you will have to handle if the draft law is adopted. Thank you. And now I would like to hear from Sidhi, and then we'll give the floor to Sean. Sidhi, we said the National Bank is green energy development driving force. Well, and the public sector. So probably you should be happy. Or maybe something needs to be changed for the energy to be better developed and investments attracted. Thank you for not asking me to comment on the national regulators' actions, something that I cannot do. But indeed, there are a lot of issues. Indeed, they do exist. And, well, I would put it this way. They do not prevent the segment from development, but they are a certain hurdle. Indeed, we do not have project financing because you cannot finance without a pledge. So we are looking for some ways out of it. So we have tools for that, and there are projects that we can refinance, so we can take some reasonable threshold to let the project achieve their capacity in terms of paying their debt. Well, we and partners don't always agree on how to structure this problem in the view of legislation. Well, I was looking for a better word, stability or predictability, and I prefer predictability here. We have a factor, external security, but this does not affect predictability. We know that it will be implemented for some time. But the decrease in the feed-in tariff is no big problem. But it is clear about the future dynamics. So the financial institution and the developer could be clear and understand how we could interact. So I believe it's all for better. And there are signs of things getting better. However, as far as more predictability and less intrusion from bureaucracy into private sector is concerned, this will be even better. We are working with energy efficiency and renewables and with private sector too. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure, I would love to add something as well, or just a few quick comments. So, for example, is that one of the things that we need to do is that people in Ukraine, unfortunately, need to change their mindset. If the mindset is changed with what we're doing, and again, I'm going to say this: all the people in the audience are the same people, less hopefully a few foreign investors and people really interested in putting in solar. Past that, I think we're dealing with the majority of the people are the same people that are working in the community and industry in Ukraine for the past, anywhere from 1 to 3 years. This is 100%. What needs to happen is this group of people need to work together. I need to work together with you. You need to work together with us. That absolutely needs to change because it's not working right now. Number two, we need to together change the mindset of Ukrainians through knowledge and training. Knowledge and training is the only way to untrain the post-Soviet Union mentality. And look, I don't know, people don't want to hear this, but this is the reality. I hear it from every single person in that room that these are the difficult issues to deal with. We have to change the mindset and knowledge and training. If we do that, that's our first priority. Working together to do that is the utmost priority. Understanding in this knowledge and training that that clients or partners and project owners need to spend the costs and understand that they have to spend costs to get better foreign investment. It's just what it is. You have to spend money to make money. That's the way it is in the United States. That's the way it is in Europe. That's the way it is all around the world. It's the same, and it's not going to ever change. And until people start understanding that, it's going to be a slow market in Ukraine. The other additional situation in support or legislative support that's coming is having the PPA be issued to a project before makes some amount of reasonable sense. The problem with doing that in Ukraine is so many projects never get financing. So the problem is that because of the items I have spoken with previously. So it'd be great to have the PPA issued before the project is being done, but at the same time too, the problem is that if we're not going to have the project be financed, then at the same time too, what's going to happen is that you're going to issue a bunch of PPAs and nothing's going to happen, and the government's going to say, hey, why do we do it this way when no projects went forward? Now, in regards to the PPA and the guarantee of the green tariff, as I spoke just recently now, we have insurance that will guarantee the payments of the green tariff. So in our aspect, we've covered the guarantee of the green tariff to ensure that we have the whole project 99% risk-free. If there's any two other things that we could change or that would be helpful for 2017, one would be increase in clarity in the local content bonus. Then at the situation that we have moving forward is there's a big push to get projects in the Chernobyl zone. If we're going to do projects in the Chernobyl zone, a reduction of the rent is not going to be enough. The rents are fairly reasonably inexpensive in Ukraine. That's not really a problem. So going into the Chernobyl zone is not really a problem. The problem with the Chernobyl zone is the name itself. So you're going to have some offsetting green tariff that's higher that is going to get people to offset being in the Chernobyl zone. Insurance companies will go into the Chernobyl zone, but there has to be a benefit for doing it. And right now, just lowering the rents is not enough of a benefit. Yes, there is infrastructure that was installed in the Chernobyl zone for powering and the power coming out of Chernobyl. But most of that infrastructure would still need to be replaced. It is designated on the power grids, but the infrastructure is old. Clearly it's old, clearly it was, somewhat damaged in the radioactivity and fallout after Chernobyl. So Chernobyl zone is a great possibility. It's just not in the right zone of Ukraine. So in order to get it to be done, we need to raise the tariffs. We need to work together to come up with a solution that collectively is going to have a solution to utilize the green zone, the Chernobyl zone, to turn it into a green zone. And that's what we need to do. Again, that all starts with the first two things I've talked about. Number one, working together. Absolutely. Everybody in this room should be working together instead of working against themselves. Everybody in this room works against themselves. They don't work together. Number two, the only way we're going to be successful together is together we need to change the mindset with knowledge and training. Not have seminars that advertise to ourselves and talk about ourselves. I think what we need to do is that we need to talk about how together we're going to train potential clients, elected officials, parliamentary people, directors, deputies, city mayors. We need to train them and provide them knowledge on what they need to do. But we need to do it together, not independently, together. So I suggest that everybody in this room, collectively after this meeting, sit down and set a date together of when we can get together to address some of these issues. And that's when things are really going to start making a difference. That's when you're going to see solar become a vibrant industry. And that's when everybody here is going to start making a lot more money. And that's why everybody's here. Everybody's here to make money and to further their family and their business situations. So when everybody's ready, Guess is happy to participate. We're happy to set down a day. We're happy to provide a place for this to happen and do any and all coordination together. So working together is what's going to make a difference. Working individually is going to keep everything in the exact same place. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for raising points. Actually, about local bonus, nobody has yet raised this point, and I think it's very also important for the development. Але хотів би все ж таки.
However, I'd like to open the floor to the audience to ask questions. We still have some time. Please, if you have any questions for the participants. No questions so far. So as a moderator, I would like to ask to raise one issue. Bonuses, local bonuses for the usage of local equipment. Is that a myth? Is it something unreal? Will it work? Do we need it? Narek. This is better than we used to have because it's an option rather than something mandatory. Mandatory format for investors, shareholders. So far, we do not see the ways to do that. No wind, solar. There's some peculiarities. So I believe today, on November 7th, the meeting should take place, the regulator meeting, discussing the increase, the tariff for wind plants and hydro plants. As far as solar is concerned, it probably will have to be Ukrainian manufactured panels, so the assembly and so on, steel equipment, but there are peculiarities about the weight, so 30%, 50% of weight that give 10% of increase. So we're talking about 5% for the panels. So the panels are more expensive, and then it's steel, and it's a different story. And I know that the parliament has a draft law. Alexei probably could tell more details about that. That takes or adds specific information to the tables that makes it possible to determine what is steelworks or not, to comply with the various regulations. So well, there's intention to put everything black and white, but the current draft law doesn't have that clear, so hopefully this will be corrected. Well, this will not be a determining factor for us. We like competition, we like having the opportunity to choose, and instead of getting 5% bonus, we trying to cover the cost of finance or save money elsewhere, do not lose money on currency exchange. So basically, that's a financial approach rather than capex approach. Alexei, as you mentioned, you worked in the draft law, this technical draft law that was actually correcting the local element. Could you take the floor? I would like to add, when we were working on turning from local content to the bonus, we were hoping that this will be the factor that will make simpler technologies used in Ukraine, more mainstream technologies, And you know, Ukraine has huge potential for generating energy and the labor force. So there are some artificial aspects in economy, but these are general problems, generic in economy. As far as technical draft law is concerned, we wanted to implement all the provisions in the draft law dated 2015, but, and thanks to the support of MPs, it didn't actually took the second reading. It was adopted very soon after the first reading. So 3447 is the technical draft law, and you can be saying here that it is included into 4493, the law, I mean the amendments that have to be included in the law. We became hostage to the major reform in energy market, and the MPs had to back away from their support for technical draft law because they were saying you're introducing amendments to the law that will be abolished in the nearest time. And supporting you, we basically are not supporting the big reform. So therefore, all of your suggestions and amendments, we agree with those, but within another legislative process. So we believe in the nearest time all the elements of the technical draft law will be implemented, and now the legislative process continues. 3447 sometimes at some points is obsolete. So life teaches us about developing legislation. So I can provide you with an example. So the regulations on households, so incremental regulations for households should be abolished, the first 3 kilowatts and after more and so on. So this incremental introduction should be abolished. And there are other elements that we are looking into from the practice. So we are informing the MPs about that, and so basically the draft law is already there. It's available. Yelena, a few words. Should we believe it or not? I don't like local content very much, personally. So one solar station received 5% in Dnipro Oblast, but the tariff is good per se, so I think everything will be okay even without the bonus.
Against bonus in general and categorically, but anyway, your vision. Do we need it or not?
Actually, we've seen this way of bonus trying to be implemented in other countries. One of them was Turkey a couple of years ago. Honestly speaking, it will make the life of investors more complicated because the paperwork is never clear enough for anybody to understand, and proving the local content is another question, which will be as well another challenge for the investors to prove. So this will not, I don't think this will make the investors' life easier or will help much.
Okay.
I disagree with that, Maxime.
Oh, we have discussion.
Sean is in.
Okay, your vision.
So as an entity that has completed projects in the United States and many other countries, currently in the United States, solar panels are even manufactured by prisoner help or prisoner labor in the country. One of the big arguments, and as we know, the presidential election, which we have, Trump, for example, dolls out now, and Hillary dolls out. In the situation is keeping business in the country makes good sense, and there's a reason that Europe has limited panels made in China because it is ruining the market and it's ruining the price both for the Chinese panel and for the manufacturers in Europe. So, free trade is not always good, and free trade is not always free. It's going to cost somebody money in that aspect. Now, for example, in our Rada Mutual plant, as we gear up for manufacturing in 2017, we're going to be providing jobs, local Ukrainian jobs, and revenue to businesses, revenues to trucks. We can support making solar panels for Ukraine. We can make and support revenue that we're manufacturing solar panels for different European countries. Clearly, the Canadian solar name will and meet all requirements of any financing entity. And at this point, our company has an agreement for certificate of origin already, so we're prepared on the certificate of origin, we're prepared on the manufacturing facility, we're prepared on the financing of the plant, and we're prepared in support of by the U.S. government, the Canadian government, and right behind that, the Ukrainian government. So I don't think that's a difficult situation for investors to deal with at all. I don't think it's an easy process to get tier one manufacturing in Ukraine, but at the same time too, I think it's something. I don't believe that mandating local content is a good idea, but certainly providing an increased bonus for manufacturing components and providing jobs in Ukraine and revenue and cash flow and taxes is absolutely, the best situation for Ukraine, 100%. So, I'm sorry that Jinko, while she has lots of experience, as long as we're not mandating local content and we're making it a bonus, I think we have a good plan going forward to do that. And certainly GES is taking the steps to be, if not one of the leaders, the leader in tier one manufacturing in Ukraine for 2017. We spent all last year getting that plant and facility ready, and there's major meetings with deputies, Ukrainian deputies, and directors of development tomorrow that will take place. And OPIC, the federal government, is ready to invest. So I think just the opposite. I think investors are ready to move forward based on the manufacturing of solar panels, for example, in Ukraine. I think as long as we have a quality product that is manufactured and developed and a fair system of competitiveness, I think, it's not going to do anything but help the industry and help the Ukrainian name to offset some bad feelings.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for these different opinions. So we heard different opinions from foreign investors, I would say, or foreign companies. Evgeny, ваші думки, два слова.
Your opinion, please. Indeed, that is a very interesting question. Well, I am in favor of the bonuses, local bonuses, but the problem is who will be manufacturing and which equipment. So let's look at solar modules. Sean said that this will create job opportunities in Ukraine. To manufacture modules in the world, you need to have automated manufacture with very few people, and quite costly equipment. So indeed, we will create job opportunities, but in Germany and in other countries where they have these automated robots to be used for manufacture. So this is a controversial issue. To summarize, I would like to say that if some big tier one manufacturer brings manufacturing process to Ukraine, and if this manufacturing process produces the competitive cost equipment, that would be an advantage. However, if that is some minor manufacturing facility that was launched just because there is a 10% local bonus, I believe that will be a step back and a rollback to the times that we talked about previously. So that's situation pretty complicated, and I believe there's no right or wrong answer here. So we'll see. Sean and GES Ukraine are talking about opening some major facility. Well, time will tell. Thank you, Serhiy. As far as I heard, EBRD is not in favor of these local bonuses because you get funds from EBRD, and they are not in favor of that very much. Does your bank have any standing on that, on financing local content projects? EBRD had various opinions on solar energy. Specifically, well, I had different transactions with EBRD and attracting resources. At some point, solar energy was outside the project acceptable. While there was policy dialogue to decrease the feed-in tariff that was too high. Well, that was believed it was too high. Well, there's understanding now. And just recently we completed the funding for 2 solar power plants, and there were no objections from EBRD. EBRD are funding that through working with banks, well, with us specifically, with Ukr-Eximbank, and they also engage in direct financing of some projects. You mean the local content? So they do not have Ukrainian equipment. It's very hard for me to comment on EBRD standpoint because the terms on which we get the resource from EBRD, we attempt to have those as much flexible as possible to meet the needs of the clients. And we have good understanding developed with EBRD with regards to what we want to accomplish. And we are trying to change CO2 emissions, and we are trying to achieve saving costs through replacing fossil fuels. But speaking about the bank, I believe that this message should be taken that into consideration as part of an optimistic scenario. So if a client believes that they can do that, well, this could be an optimistic scenario to decrease the project risks. Thank you very much. I believe, unfortunately, that is short, 20 хвилин. We have no time for our discussion, so I would like to thank our participants for the panel, for their comprehensive presentations, for their discussion. And of course, I agree with Sean that indeed we have to continue the dialogue, and our law firm Dentons are planning to organize a roundtable early December because there are issues to be discussed and we need experience sharing and all of that, and we need to be doing it. Thank you very much for your attention. See you.